Absolutely.
So I can see, oh, yeah, it's very, very delightful visual design. Can you see your screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh,
Okay. All right, now we just need to get it on the screen.
Yeah, we are going live, and you're gonna send me a
I'm
link
actually
on
going to
Discord.
put it in the Discord. I'll put it right into.
Check 2, check 3. Okay.
Track 3 Q&A. Yeah, thank you for your patience with us this morning. It has been a very interesting.
I'm sure.
All right.
All right. So.
I can at you in it.
No, I can. Okay.
Okay. Okay, video link to the screen.
Oh,
Oh, oh.
there you go.
All right.
Yeah, maximize that screen right there.
Try.
Yep. Bingo.
Ta-da!
Cool. All right.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're trying to do the hybrid thing and whatnot. Just a quick reminder, math.
So I'm going to mute that for a moment while I'm talking so there's not a loop back in the room here for those of us who are in person. Good morning. Welcome to BSides Track 3. This is our virtual track. We will be kicking off a little late this morning, but as close to on time as we could get. I have the lovely, lovely opportunity to introduce Rose Songer to speak about the GRC Swiss Army knife. So I'm love to hand it over to you. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. And hopefully you guys can hear me okay in the room. So today I'm going to speak on GRC as a Swiss Army knife. Thank you for coming, for everybody in person and online. I love governance, risk, and compliance. I've spent the last probably 10 years or so of my career in this space. So hopefully you guys get some good takeaways out of this talk. I ultimately wanted to go with this talk because if you're here, you know that GRC is often seen as a blocker, or maybe you're on the other side and GRC is often nagging you to get something done. But you guys, like when GRC is used effectively, it can be such an enabler for the business. And this talk is more of an approach of how do we turn GRC, governance, risk, and compliance, into an enabler versus a blocker. So hopefully you guys get some good takeaways out of this. And yeah, let's get rolling. Like I said, my name is Rose. I've spent a very, very long time in my career. Definitely not going to give away my age, but I joined the military when I was 18. Spent 8 years as an IT network engineer in the military. Got out, did some security analyst work, and eventually found myself in the governance, risk, and compliance space. So lots of different education to get me here. But more importantly, a lot of different life experiences to get me here to the point that I can lead a department effectively and be able to lead a department where we aren't constantly a blocker to the business. Because as you guys know, like removing blockers, getting these security certifications, making sure we're being compliant, there's a lot of like influencing that we have to do within the org. We have to work with a lot of different people. And so over my time in my career, I've worked with a lot of different people, a lot of different personalities. I've been in the retail space, I've been in government, I've been in healthcare tech, and consulted for years. And it gave me a whole lot of different what you should and should not do. And then I also like to give back to the community. As you guys know, like BSides in particular is such a great way to give back to the community, figure out what are some missing things that the community needs as far as education goes. And so I do try to make sure that I'm able to give back in a way that other people can take and learn from my life lessons. So shameless plug, if you guys are here and you feel like you're super knowledgeable about a topic, I would highly encourage you to submit it for a call for proposal, kind of take the leap and say, like, I know about a topic that I think others would benefit from, because it's such a rewarding way to give back to the community. With that, you guys are not here to hear about me or my shameless plugs about giving back to the community, but you are here to learn about GRC and making it less of a blocker. Today, we're going to talk about the GRC pillars. We're going to talk about challenges with GRC, the relationships that you typically have within the organization. Then we'll take a look at the pronged approach. So I refer to GRC as a Swiss Army knife for the business. And this is primarily because GRC can be such a multifaceted tool when you use it the right way, when you understand the nuances of your program. But you can't get there unless you truly know your program and how it's operating and how it should operate with the business. So we'll talk about that pronged approach. And ultimately, I hope that you guys have some takeaways. This talk was written in a way that anybody who comes to it can say, oh, I can apply this to my program, regardless if it's in GRC or not. Maybe you're on a red team, a blue team, purple, you run incident response, you run whatever. All of these takeaways can be applied anywhere. So I tried to back into it very generically so you could have a couple takeaways for your own area. But if you work in the GRC space, hopefully this gives you some inspiration on how to make your program a little more effective. All right, so when we talk about GRC, what does that actually mean? I'm going to say GRC a lot because it's easier just to refer to it in that way, but essentially we're talking about the governance, risk, and compliance program at an organization. Typically, this program is put into place to ensure that we're meeting some sort of regulatory or compliance matter. So I'll use myself as an example. I work at Spring Health. We are a mental health platform that specializes in using data and analytics to get patients the right kind of mental health services. So no more are the days that you go to the therapist and they kind of like throwing medicine at you or throwing like certain therapies at you. That doesn't work. With that comes a lot of compliance and regulatory things that we need to stick to, such as HIPAA security rule, privacy rule, breach notification. We got to stick to CCPA, and we do have global business. So GDPR is also applicable for us. And so this program, in combination with corporate compliance, allows us to meet those things that we need to meet. To take it another step further, as you guys likely know, a lot of organizations push for security certifications or attestations. And so this team is typically responsible for ensuring that we can meet those demands of our audits, whether you're getting a SOC 2, Type 2, whether you're getting high trust, ISO 27001, whatever it is, this team is typically overseeing those sort of functionalities. As you can imagine, there's a lot of work that typically needs to happen. And so we have these three pillars. We have governance, which is how are we aligning our processes and the actions of the organization's business goals. These are typically the policy, standards, procedures kind of governing how we are acting within our program. We then also have risk. So identifying risk, making sure that the business is being accountable to those risks, we're remediating them, and we're driving them forward to wherever they need to go. And then compliance. Are we actually meeting all the legal and regulatory things that we need to do in our program? And you see these three pillars, and within each of these three pillars, there's so many different sub-levels to how you're maintaining the program. And it starts to get really complex. There's always a lot of moving pieces. There's always a lot of things that need to happen. And unfortunately, when you work in this group, there's not a lot of the controls or things that you're managing that typically fall to us. Yes, we run like maybe vendor risk management. We run the overall risk management program. Maybe we curate the policies. But a lot of times it's the business that has to work on these controls. Maybe they are accountable to making sure the CI/CD pipelines are good. The business has to do the access reviews. They have to remediate the risk. And so there's a lot of things that happen within this program. And because of all those things happening, it always seems like GRC is asking you to do another thing. They're asking you to like do something that you don't want to do. And we get it. If we work in this space, we truly understand like how impacting it is to you to be able to get these things done. So our program has to continuously manage all these things all the time. And it's a lot. It really is. But with that, we have challenges, right? Like you have this very complex program running. And if you want to get to the point that your GRC program is not a blocker, you have to understand what are the actual challenges. And I would encourage you, each and every one of you, to look at your program and think about the challenges that you see day to day. Talk to your employees, figure out like, why are they frustrated? And talk to your business partners and figure out what are these challenges. Because I do have a couple examples up on the slide here, but that does not mean that these examples are same to your own program. So make sure that you take a look at it and you truly understand. With that, you start to understand your challenges and you figure out, okay, what is actually making my program not operate in the way that it needs? How is it being seen as a blocker? The first challenge is you're often only focused on the regulatory. What is that minimum that we need to do to get to where we're going? And when you're just focused on that, you're not really putting yourself in a continuous improvement cycle. You're not really figuring out like, how do we get ahead of these regulatory things? Maybe you're just like doing the bare minimum. With programs like that, you see the GRC team mostly as a burden versus an enabler. So I would encourage you to think, how do we stop just focus on the regulatory and think about GRC as a business enabler, especially if we think about when we're trying to win work and win customers and all these other things and how GRC plays a part in that. Achieving cross-functional collaboration. Anytime I go to an organization, whether I'm maybe consulting, I'm a new employee, I'm taking something over, the first thing that I start to do is figure out how do I achieve really good relationships with the people that I need to work with. And so you start to have this cross-functional collaboration happening. However, if you aren't doing that and you are just kind of like, all right, we need to get this done, you're not building rapport, you're never going to be able to achieve that cross-functional collaboration. Then you have reactive versus proactive. And I see this a lot. We have to get this done. We have to do, I don't know, a tabletop exercise. And, oh yeah, we're rushing to put it together. You know what? Like if you have not already planned for that in your roadmap for the year, if your business partners don't already know, if your business partners don't know at the onset of the year what activities are required to do and how many hours it's likely going to take them so they can build it into their roadmaps effectively, you're always going to be in a reactive state. You're never really going to be proactive. And it's going to cause so many challenges. And again, going back to like, you're a blocker. And then it also creates tension, right? Like if I'm going to my business partner and say, hey, business partner, I need 2 hours of your time to do a incident response tabletop exercise. They're like, are you serious? Like that's a lot of time. And then they also have to get ready for it. They got to make sure that they're okay to do it. And not only is it, more reactive to the situation, but they start to get upset with you, right? Like you're having to like smooth ruffled feathers. Why didn't they know? Because we know, right? We know every year we have to do a tabletop and maybe, we just aren't communicating. So I'd encourage you to make sure you're figuring out, are you being reactive versus proactive? Too many manual processes. We are fortunate that within the last couple of years, we are starting to see a lot of automation regarding governance, risk, and compliance. Before, it was very much, you have to maintain all of your vendors in a spreadsheet. You have to maintain a risk register, and that risk register was also in a spreadsheet. You had to cross-map controls, and that cross-mapping was also done in a spreadsheet. You were literally living out of spreadsheets, and what tends to happen is you have all these manual processes, and it's hard for the business, right? They don't want to be doing all of these things in this manual way. So it makes it just really challenging. Now, with those challenges, you'll start to see you have an effective program. You have unnecessary program complexity. You are taking steps, 1 through 10 to do something when it really could be done in 3 steps. You have unknown service level agreements for processes. I could tell you with certainty that anytime someone submits a customer questionnaire to my team, that will turn it around in 7 days or less. I can always tell you that because we have the data and metrics in the back end. If you aren't measuring those sort of things for your program and understand what your SLAs are per certain processes, you're also going to have an ineffective program. You're going to be seen as a blocker, and it just spirals out of control from there. Lack of visibility into risk. I am not doing my job effectively if the risk owner doesn't know the risk, the C-suite member over that area doesn't know the risk, we aren't remediating, we aren't doing those things. You just have a risk register where risks are going to die. That's not good. And it's going to bite your compliance department in the butt whenever you have a breach or something happens. And it was because of this risk that was never remediated. Then you have increased employee costs and overhead due to reactive nature. If we're constantly in that reactive state, you have employees maybe working overtime to get things done. You have people frustrated. You are maybe not using your tooling effectively. That affects the bottom line. And your leadership will eventually catch on to that and say, why aren't we being more efficient with our time, our processes, and the things that we need to do? Then the last one, a very clear, ineffective GRC team or program is that the team lacks fundamental knowledge around technology. How can I tell you what to do to secure something if I do not actually understand the technology myself? So it's really important that your team understands that for your platform, for your organization, whatever it is, they understand the technology that's built and can answer any questions about how the platform's built. How do we do certain things? What's the process? They should understand all of that technology. And if they don't, the program's going to be highly ineffective. Now, we talk about a lot of inefficiencies for your program, the challenges. Let's talk about the relationships. Governance, risk, and compliance touches every single department in the organization in various ways. You work with legal for contracts. You work with IT to make sure certain things are secured. You work with marketing to make sure maybe they're not using social media in a way they shouldn't and collecting data in a way they shouldn't. You work with people ops to make sure people are getting background checks and doing those sort of processes and that onboarding is going okay. You work with engineering to make sure they are not using production data in the test environment or making sure that their pipelines have the right approvals before something gets pushed to prod. And so you're literally touching every single one of these departments and units. And obviously there's going to be more than what I have up on the screen, but you are touching each of these in some sort of way. And it's really important that you've curated relationships in each of these areas because ultimately you need them to do something for you. You need to influence them. And when you build that really good rapport, they're willing to get ahead of these things that you need to do. And you start to find yourself in a way that you're enabling the business. And they understand the things that you're asking of them, but it's because you've started to curate those relationships and those rapports. This will also tie into when we talk about the prongs of your GRC program and how you're looking at each of these different prongs. All right, so let's actually get to maybe less of the background and more of the good stuff as far as the pronged approach goes. When I think of GRC, I always think of it, it's so multifaceted. It can do so many different things. It touches so many different units. It has to be very knowledgeable about each and every process that happens in the organization, regardless if it's under their control or not. And so this pronged approach allows you to think holistically how you are going to get your program to where you need it to go. I will tell you guys, everybody's Swiss Army knife is going to look different, right? If you just Google a Swiss Army knife, there's some with magnifying glasses, there's some with knife and screwdriver and a corkscrew if you want to break into your bottle of wine at a long day. And so your Swiss Army knife is not going to look the same as my Swiss Army knife, nor is it going to look the same as another one. I would encourage each of you guys, while you're looking at your programs, while you're thinking about what it looks like holistically, what does that pronged approach mean for you? What are the things that you're actually trying to get? And so for me, trial and error, first and foremost is communication. If any of you guys have ever spoken to me or know me in real life, communication is one of the things I always go to for a root cause analysis of why something did not happen effectively. So we'll dig into communication. We'll talk about advocating. The easiest way to start influencing others or taking care of others is to advocate for them and make sure that you're backing them up. You're not throwing them under the bus. We'll also talk about training. We'll talk about enablement, and we'll also talk about automation. So all of these things together have come to help me have a super effective program and has allowed me to be successful on the things that I need to get done. Communication, one of my favorite topics. Communication poses a huge risk to misalignment between issues, teams, everything. I would like each and every one of you to probably think back to maybe an issue you've had recently and think about why this issue happened and really start asking yourself, do a 5 why. Say, why did this happen? Okay, well, why did that happen? Go down the line. And a lot of times in my own personal experience, it's almost always been communication of some sort. We did not understand who we were talking to. That person didn't understand what we were saying. We didn't say, maybe if it's a risk, like, why is this a risk? What's the impact? What's likelihood? What's the call to action? What do I need you to actually do? And so the sooner you get your communication under control, whatever that looks like for your org, the better off you'll be in regards to getting your department to be seen less as a blocker. So with communication, we talk about upwards, sideways, downwards. We talk about mechanisms, consumability. If I'm sending a message out, it needs to be able to be consumable for the audience. If not, then they're not going to have any takeaways. They're not going to act on it. How many times have we done, let's say, security awareness training, and people just don't do the training? Is the messaging that you're sending out just not consumable? Do they not understand the actions they need to take? Probably a poor example, because every organization has to do annual training on some level, so they know to do it. But again, like, the point is, you have to make sure it's consumable, and then you have to lean into the culture. If you are working at a tech startup and their preference is to Slack and have channels and do all these other things, we cannot force them into our style of communication. We need to lean into theirs. So we talk about all of these different things for this communication prong. With the channels of communication, we talk about upwards, sideways, and down. So you think about your communication and who you're talking to. If I am talking to individual contributors, they need to know those nuanced details. They need to understand what are they actually trying to implement or remediate or whatever it is. And again, like, you could apply this to any area where you're working. The person that you're talking to needs to consume that message and understand what are the takeaway. They need to understand those implementation details, whatever those are. Now, the sideways communications, that's your peers. That's the other leaders that you're talking to. And ultimately, you're trying to steer them towards risk reduction, whatever that looks like. And then upwards. Upwards is a C-suite. They don't need to know in the weeds details. They need to know, like, high level, like, holistic details of how you're operating, what your spend at, how much risk is posed to the organization. So your lines of communication need to be tailored to those groups that you're talking to. If not, you'll start to see issues arise. If you are telling your peer all of the implementation details and not, like, what's actually relevant for them, they may not have any takeaways. They may go tell the individual contributor to do something, but they may not actually go do what they need to do. And if you try to give all the implementation details to the C-suite, probably their eyes are going to glaze over, because they're not going to want to know all of that information. But they're going to say, well, what do you actually need me to do? Like, I don't understand the messaging. Because by that point, when you're communicating upwards, you should have a very clear message on actions that they need to take, or whether or not it's informational communication that's happening. So look at channels of communication for your org, how you're communicating, and how is your team communicating. If they don't understand this and they start to go out the business and work, then you're also going to have issues there. Culture. Understanding your culture, one, is great for your employees. If you are running into challenges for your compliance department where you're having a lot of turnover, people are frustrated, they don't want to work with the business, I would encourage you to look at the culture. So what's going on your team? Are you enabling them to understand how to work with the business? Are you giving them good talks about having bedside manner and making sure they know how to communicate with people and email and all these other things? Because it ultimately comes back to like the culture happening on your team and whether or not they feel like they're doing their job effectively. On the same side, you should be looking at culture regarding how does the organization like to communicate? If your organization does not do well with, let's say, emails or a phone call, you should not be taking that route. If they do better with like a Slack channel with like everybody in it and you're posting the relevant information so everybody can hop in, you should be leaning into that. If the culture is everybody likes to self-serve information, you have a Confluence page and it has like the information and people can just read it, like great, like lean into it. And when you find yourself leaning into the culture and what the teams like to do, you'll find that you're having a much easier time with the communication and getting people to cooperate and then ultimately influencing them. So look at the culture, figure out what does that mean for your organization. Some culture is we don't even use Teams or Slack, but we have compliance things that we need to do. And maybe it's a more of an old school type company. All right, well, like you need to go walk over to Bob's desk and say, hey, Bob, I need you to do these things and be in person versus sending a quick DM to them. So figure that out for your organization and what that looks like. Prong 2 is all about advocating. So we should be advocating for cross-functional teams and we should not be bullying anybody into work. We should not be weaponizing, we have to get this done or we aren't going to get our SOC 2 or we're going to have a finding. We should be not doing that. We should be very transparent, like, hey, if you don't do this, like we are going to have a finding, but that should not be the method in which we are getting people to do stuff. A lot of organizations will tend to lean into that. You have to get it done. And it tends to not come off in a very good way, right? Like people don't want to be backed into a corner. They get defensive. They just don't want to take care of it. And so we should be figuring out how do we advocate for our business partners. If my business partner has to implement, let's say something by end of Q1, it's going to take up all of their resources and they're not going to be able to get anything done. And you have a competing priority of working on a compliance item, whatever that is, you should be partnering together to figure out how can you best help them. And in some cases, it may be like, okay, they don't have enough bandwidth and capacity. Can they get contractors in to help? Because we have to meet this by a timeline. As you guys know, like we're very timeline driven. Can we figure out a different solution for them? Can we maybe help with prioritization of work? How do we advocate for them in that way and communicate that up to the organization? So we start to find ourselves in this really good alignment with the business because we're advocating for them. We understand their roadmaps. We understand how to communicate it up to the C-suite and say like, hey, we can't meet this item, whatever it is, because we need to be able to enable the business to work on this item. When you start to advocate for them, you find yourself in a much better position and they feel like you actually have their back. They don't feel constantly backed into that corner where compliance is saying you have to do this vendor review, or I'm sorry, you have to do your trading, or whatever it is. And we are being more focused and intentional in that communication and our interactions with them. To take it a step further, our security should be embedded in their processes. So the processes just happen without all these extra steps. If I'm telling you that within a pipeline, certain security needs to be there, we should be figuring out how do we embed that so the engineer working on something doesn't need to like, okay, what did Rose tell me this one time? And how do we figure out how do we make this happen for them? So think about your relationships and think about the communication happening and think about, do you know engineering's roadmaps for each pod in engineering? Do you understand what they're doing in Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4? Are you ingrained in their roadmaps? And do they understand what's actually going to happen within their roadmaps that need to go to compliance? And once they start to do this, you sense like this rapport starting to build, and it's really great for your program. Now, we'll also talk about training. Really important that training is looked at for two different things. You have training for your governance, risk, and compliance team, and you have training for stakeholders, whatever that looks like, for your program. Understanding technologies. Again, if your governance, risk, and compliance team does not understand the technologies in use, they don't understand GitHub, they don't understand AWS, they don't understand S3 buckets, whatever it is, your program is not going to be effective. They're not going to be able to go have good communications. And to take it a step further, people are going to get frustrated with them because they're going to have to stop their day, explain, and then they will not have confidence in our team in the job that they need to do. So your team should be able to fully understand. I don't expect anybody to go put their hands on a keyboard and go work on anything, but they should understand how things flow in the organization. They also need to know how to decode controls. If you guys have been in this space, you know, like these controls sometimes are not the easiest to decipher. Like they need their own little special magnifying glass to figure out what is this actually telling me. And sometimes they are black and white. Sometimes they're very easy to understand. But once you start getting into like, let's say a high trust where you have all these controls and the control has like 4 different things underneath it that you need to do, and there's so many nuances, it's not up to the business to understand and break that down. It's up to us in governance, risk, and compliance to be able to say, hey, business, I need you to do this. Again, you got to leverage those communication skills and make sure that they're actually understanding so that way they can communicate to the business. If not, again, you're going to be a blocker. The business isn't going to know what to do, and they are going to get frustrated, and then they're not going to work on it. They're going to procrastinate, and you're going to get close to the audit, and you're going to be like, hey, why didn't you do this thing? And they didn't know what to do. So make sure that you're actually decoding the controls, that your team knows how to decode the controls. They know how to research the people working on the controls. They understand what they actually need to do and how it's applicable, and making sure they know how to ask questions if it comes up for these. Then we have effective testing. Whenever you stand up your program, you should be figuring out, how do we get into a state where we can continuously improve? How do we continuously look at these controls and test them and evaluate? Some organizations take this up through internal audit. Some organizations take it up by making sure their policies have very particular criteria defined in it. Some organizations take it up via data and metrics and understanding how long it takes from start to finish. There's so many different ways in which you can start to understand how your program's operating. You just want to test the effectiveness. Going back to those inefficiencies with GRC, those inefficiencies are generally triggered because you don't understand how effective your program is operating. You don't understand all the nuances in it. You have a process with those 1 to 10 steps, and the 1 to 10 steps can actually be done in 1 and 3. So look at how that's effective, but also train your team to understand how to constantly be doing a gap analysis or a readiness assessment or something to figure out these controls and get yourself into that continuous improvement cycle. And you'll find that your program starts to become even better because you figured out where to automate. You figured out this step's not necessary. You figured out how to reduce overhead. So lots of good things here, but you have to make sure people are trained on it and they know what to see. All right, so we want our program to ultimately be an enabler for a business. And we go through that by trust and transparency. We go through having the actual data to back it up. So the measurement and metrics and continuous improvement. So trust and transparency. This is a two-way street. I should be transparent with every business unit, my employees, anybody who is invested in governance, risk, and compliance. And that transparency can come out through effective communication, putting the controls somewhere where they can actually be able to see them. I don't know, making sure people know your strategy. There's so many ways to be transparent, because we do not want to ever be in that space where we have the secret. I will tell you guys, I never, ever, ever keep a secret about the program or how it's operating. I'm very clear in what I'm communicating to the business. I'm clear in the fact that we are going to have a non-conformity or we are going to have a deviation. And it is because of this. If we get ahead of it, we'll be able to resolve and it may not come out. But it's really important that you're transparent. Equally as important is your trust. So if you are micromanaging, if you're always checking up on people, doing those sort of things, people are going to feel like you do not trust them. So how do you figure out a way to get the work done and not be over their shoulder and trust them and they feel trusted? For me, I trust my team to do everything. They go through a rigorous hiring process. I vet their skills. They do shadowing. They do all these things to get ready. I trust them to go do their job. And that leads to a culture of feeling comfortable and confident in their jobs. To take that a step further, I trust my business partners. And it's because we've set up that rapport and communication where they can tell me, Rose, like, I'm not going to be able to get this done. And this is why. And they're going to trust that I'm not going to throw them under the bus or bully them. I'm going to communicate things in an effective way. And so they start to feel like they can trust our partnership. So super important that you're building that trust and transparency. Continuous improvement. We talked about it on the previous slide, but I'll hit it again. Really, really critical that you understand how do you get yourself in that continuous improvement cycle. If you are looking at your program and year over year, if you're thinking about like a 5-level maturity model, if you are constantly at a level 2 where you're just meeting compliance, your program's never going to be effective. You're going to continuously be seen as a blocker to the business. Figure out how do you get yourselves to those next levels, and you'll see you're becoming more and more effective, and the business enjoys working with you more because you understand your program and what you're trying to do. Now, the measurement and metrics, I'm going to sound like a repeating machine or like just very repetitive, but you should really understand how effective your program is. And I'll go back to that example that I did for customer questionnaires. When I joined my organization before, we weren't tracking them. We didn't have like a method in which we're saying, all right, here's, this customer A, and here's how long it takes us. Like, here's a process. And so we had to implement that from scratch. And once we did, we got some really good data. And the good data was that it was not effective whatsoever. It was taking us like 30 days to respond to questionnaires because there was a lack of process. Over the course of a year, we streamlined this program and we looked at it month over month over month and figured out what are these metrics telling us. And eventually we got it down to the point where we can say definitively 7 days or less, we are able to get questionnaires and inquiries or whatever it is out within 7 days. And so now I know how my program is operating. I'll tell you right now, I think we're actually doing better than 7 days, but like that's pretty much like the hallmark of like a lot of the things that we're hitting. You can't know that information unless you're very intentional in the data that you're trying to capture. So you have to think creatively on what you're trying to do, and then you start to understand your maturity. If we go back to that maturity model, the customer questionnaire process, and we call it client assurance and security at Spring, but you have this program, and this program was operating non-existent. Like we were doing what we needed to for the questionnaires, but there was no process, there was no policy, there was no nothing. And so we built that. And now you would find yourself probably in the middle of that maturity model. Yeah, we have, where we could eventually go with it and make it better, but we know what that looks like. And we're gaining that maturity understanding of our program and we're communicating it. I can tell you right now, all of the sales individuals at my org or the account executives know exactly what the process is. They know what typically the turnaround time is. And we have gained understanding, and they now see us less not as a blocker, but as an enabler to get it done. They know when they go back to the customer to communicate these things, and we're starting to see like much more efficiency. Now there is ebb and flows, right? Like customer questionnaires, like you'll have one part of the year, like you'll be doing 30 and it'll just be mass chaos, but then you'll have another part of the year where, ebb and flows. So being mindful of that, you have to understand that in the first place, right? So figure out what that looks like for your program. The last prong that I'll talk about is automation. So as I mentioned before, your governance, risk, and compliance program can generally be very manual. It causes a lot of overhead. Let's say you have a vendor review and you do steps 1 through 15, and those 15 steps take you 20 hours of time, and you do it, multiple times a week and multiple times a month, and you start to get a really clear picture on how much overhead it's taking you. When you're spending all of that overhead on your manual processes, it's taking away from your ability to understand how to improve your program. Be very intentional in the things that you're looking to do for your program, because you'll ultimately start to see that return on investment. So understand where you can automate. You can figure out evidence collection. You can figure out like access reviews, whatever that looks like for you. If your organization is in a place where you can get a GRC tool, I would highly encourage you to look at that. Now, you absolutely can automate and streamline with tools that you have readily available within like the Office suite of products or G Suite or whatever your organization is using. I promise you can do that. It does make your life easier to have a GRC tool. If you are an organization that has a lot of security certs or attestations that you have to pursue for your customers, the GRC tool makes your life significantly easier. And take it a step further, if you are trying to get a tool and you find a tool that can automatically start pulling the evidence for you, you'll be in a better spot. There are tools like Drata and I think Vanta and a couple others that do this sort of functionality. And so you can start figuring out that return on investment. However, you have to understand your program really well to be able to get there in the first place. Technical expectations ahead of time. I cannot harp on this one enough. If you know going into 2023, I know for certain what we need to do. We have to do governance in January. We have to do a tabletop in July. We have to do everybody's security awareness by the end of the year. We're going to say December. We have to do access reviews at least quarterly. You know what that timetable looks like. You should have already communicated that to your peers so they can build it into their own areas. They should also know technical implementations ahead of time. If you're pursuing a new security certification, this should be communicated well ahead of when they need to do the work, so that way they can budget and capacity plan appropriately. And they should also know this because a lot of times it will affect their budget. Let's say they're using GitHub and they need to move to like the enterprise tier so they can leverage SSO or whatever it is. They need to know this because they need to build it into their budget. And the second they don't know this information, you're preventing them from being able to do their job. And then they have to then go to finance or whoever and beg for the money to do this. And that is not fair to them. And then again, like that lack of communication is going to cause you to butt heads. So you need to get ahead of those and think about what that means for the org. Building security into CI/CD pipelines, all of my engineers should know exactly what the things they need to be mindful of for their pipelines and when they're building new products or features. You can do this a couple different ways. Get them like the requirements. You can figure out automation, whatever it is, but you need to do this. I should not expect any of my engineers to be like, oh, what did Rose tell me about the HIPAA security rule? How is that relevant here? Do I need to go like track something down? That's not fair to them. And I would not expect them to retain that information. And then them not retaining that information is going to result in maybe a gap, a nonconformity, whatever it is. So they should know how to do that and understand that they just go do their job and it's already built there for them. They would never expect me to go do their job. I shouldn't expect them to do my job. So we need to be mindful of that, and it'll allow the organization just to work better from the onset when they're working on these things. All right, 43 minutes in. I don't know if I'm still tracking fine on time, but some takeaways for you. Build relationships. Can be kind of hard if you're in security. You may be more of an introverted type of person. The sooner you can build those relationships and get that rapport and kind of get out of your comfort zone, the better off your program will be, the less frustrations you'll have. Automate where possible. This means within your GRC department. It could mean within the business. Just figure out where you can automate and reduce that overhead. Choose simplicity over complexity. We work in a very complex area. Governance, risk, and compliance, when we talked about it at the beginning, there was so many nuances and so many things that you have to remember and do within this program. To the best of our abilities, we should choose simplicity over complexity. None of these controls say that you need to do, go to the moon and back. They just say you have to meet something, whatever that something is. And so we should always choose the path of least resistance. Not only does it make it easier for the workforce to be able to cooperate with us, but it also makes it easier in regards to human error and making sure that we don't have a program that is executing and causing all these issues and, getting us non-conformities that maybe we don't realize are there. And so we want to make sure that we're getting ahead of that. Using the right communication channel. As soon as you use that right communication channel, you'll find that work is happening a little bit better. Things are moving a little more smoothly. And if you have a issue or something happen that was a challenge and maybe didn't go the right way, I would encourage you to sit down and do a root cause analysis of that and figure out what really happened in that instance. So that way you can make sure that you're not doing it moving forward and you're using that right communication channel. Then integrating into the sales pipeline. Look, as soon as you guys understand how to help the business ensure that the bottom line is never affected and we're making sure the business is winning money, the better off we'll be. And I hate to say it that way, but the fact of the matter is everywhere we work is ultimately a business. They're trying to sell goods or services. They're trying to do something in some way. And so the sooner you integrate into that sales pipeline and you're enabling them to win work or, do whatever, the better off the compliance area will be. So just be mindful of how you're integrating there, how you are managing maybe your library of responses, your customer interactions. If you have someone on the team that has to interact with customers regularly, making sure that they have the right communication techniques and things like that. So I think that is it. Yep, that's it for the deck. Hopefully you guys got some really good takeaways out of this. If you have any questions at all, feel free to reach me at any of these methods. Always happy to talk about GRC. If you guys cannot tell, I've spent a lot of time in the space trying to curate good programs and make sure that the business is operating effectively. So thank you. Any questions?
Do we have any questions in the room here in person at BSides? No? Okay, I didn't see anything in the chat, so you're getting off scot-free. I will say, as somebody who has most of my experience in the GRC realm and cybersecurity, this was a wonderful, wonderful presentation. I'm going to keep a lot of the visual components you had in my back pocket because it was a beautiful way to describe and visualize what we both do. So
yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Especially thank you for being so flexible with us this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope you guys have a really great day at BSides. Bye, everybody.
All right. And luckily, I have our next speaker who will be presenting on no-code malware. Michael, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, good morning.
All right. So without any further ado, I'd like to pass it off to Michael Bergery, and I'm excited for this talk as well. Do you need help sharing your content?
Yeah, I'm actually having a bit of technical difficulty. So
Okay.
One moment, I'll switch to another Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Bear with me.
Michael, I do have the backup video that you shared with us. if you would like to default back to that for the presentation this morning. Michael, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm going to type this in our chat here. But I do have the backup recording. If you want to default to that so that we can kind of gloss over these technical issues that we're having here. I don't know if you can hear me though. Okay. I'm going to message him privately. Thank you again to everybody for your patience for us with our technical difficulties this morning. I didn't quite get my sacrifice into the live demo gods in early enough to appease them. One more. Okay. Let me get that video pulled up. Just to introduce again, Michael, if you can hear me, I'm going to go ahead and play the backup video that I have that you shared of your presentation previously. And you can stay and I will relay any questions that we have from our live audience or if I see anything in our internal channels. Is that okay?
Sure, I'll be here.
Thank you so much. So I should be able to.
Cloud services and tell them your own model operations. Hello, to be here and welcome to local model service. Hello, Mr. Zolando.
My apologies for the continued delay. So for those of us who are in person, we were hearing things just fine, but our virtual attendees had not gotten audio. So I'm going to try this again. I apologize. Let me see if I need to share. Sharing my system audio might might help. So if I pull that back up, I should have.
Welcome to our Windows 11 service.
Not quite just yet. Hold on. You can please. Okay. I apologize. The sharing settings are suddenly different, and I cannot find the appropriate file. It's been a morning. How is everyone else that's here? Wonderful. Oh, you didn't have to rub it in. All right. My apologies, Michael. If you could just give me one moment.
No worries. How is everybody?
We're getting a double thumbs up from the crowd, so they don't hate me too much yet. All right. I'll close this one. I'm going to mute this for now and see if cancel. All right. I'm gonna go easy. We're gonna see the back end for a moment. So hello to this sneak preview of the Infinite Tunnel, which for the delay, I think it should hop up there soon.
We're excited to be here at Orlando, BSides Orlando.
Hi everyone, I'm really excited to be presenting this talk in BSides Orlando, even though it's virtual. This talk is going to be fun. We're going to show you how you can take Microsoft signed executables, local services and cloud services, and turn them into your own malware operation. A little bit about myself. I've been in this space of low-code, no-code security for the last 4 years now. About 2 years ago, I co-founded Zenity. We're a company focused on security for low-code, no-code apps. I've spent a bunch of time at Microsoft, really all around security with the IoT and API and infrastructure as code and application security. I also lead a project, an OWASP project dedicated to low-code, no-code risks, and so you can find us out there. There's a whole bunch of information we're putting forth. And I write in dark reading again about low-code. If you find the subjects of this talk interesting, if you want to talk more, please reach out to me on Twitter. I'd be happy to chat. So this slide is important because of course we love no code. We think that it's great. It's empowering people to do things that they were not able to do before. But it needs to be done in a secure way, and that's why we are giving this information kind of from the attacker's perspective. So here's what we're going to start with. The idea is we want to create a malware operation. So from the time that you were able to get initial access to some machine, to when you have a full-blown malware operation operating and working, and you can send commands, they come back to you. There's a whole bunch of work you need to do. Let's just figure out what exactly do I mean by malware operation. So let's say that you got initial access to some victim machine. That's really cool. That's the first part. But now there's a whole bunch of ops that you need to do in order to actually kind of take advantage of it. So this is kind of the real world where that's fine that you have initial access, but there's a lot of things that you need to deal with. So you need to be able to actually run something on that machine. You need to be able to communicate with the command and control, perhaps through a firewall. You need to be able to exfiltrate data back, again, through a firewall. You need to be able to avoid detection, either by EDR or by network tools or any other thing that kind of that security teams are putting forth to block you there. And you also need to remain persistent because you want to stay where you initially got access to. So all of those things that are not hacking, they're actually grunt work. That's a bunch of operations, a bunch of things that you need to do after the initial access that are kind of about engineering and creating this architecture where everything is covered up. The idea behind this talk is to try and find someone else that will solve these things for us, that will solve all of these operation things for us. And in order to do that, let me introduce kind of a service that has been available for quite some time out there, RPA. So I'm not sure if you've heard about this, but RPA is a new product category, relatively new, a few years, and the main value proposition is for users to automate mundane tasks. So this is basically copy and paste integration, processing receipts, onboarding and offboarding users. Basically, there are three components to this technology. One is an agent that sits on people's laptops, and it's actually using basically emulating a user, so performing keyboard operations or mouse operations. So that's one thing. The second piece is the controller. This is something that is actually able to reach out to the machine, to the user machine, and the agent within it, send out a command to be executed, and then after the command is executed, get the results back. And of course, there's a management portal that allows you to do this at scale across multiple different machines. Now, the crucial piece about this technology is that every one of these points, every one of these services are trusted. The executables, the agent is trusted on the user side. The controller that is able to reach out through the network, send a command, and get the results is trusted by network security, and the cloud services are trusted as well. And so this gives you kind of a feeling into what are we going to do next. Now, RPA is really everywhere, specifically in the enterprise. And you're seeing a bunch of different, the leading RPA vendors in this slide. These are technologies that are used across the enterprise, and we'll see this in a moment. But you can expect these agents to be there on almost every enterprise laptop today. We'll see in a moment why. And so most of this, let's continue on. And so RPA can handle everything that we just saw for us. So it's able to do command and control exfiltration, defense evasion, persistency cleanup. These are all things that we will show how to accomplish through RPA. But it will also provide a bunch of other things that we didn't ask for, like that are about engineering, basically, supporting different OSs, being able to update, handling errors. And so this is really empowering for us, and it's for hackers, and it's a really good place to live off the land. So because there's a lot of capabilities and they're trusted. So you already see where this talk is going. So now when we are kind of all on board with what we're going to accomplish, let's look at what we're going to do today. So first of all, we just talked about malware operations and what this is. We're going to dive deep into what RPA is to just kind of figure out that we're all on the same page and that we understand what this technology does. Next up, we'll do a technical deep dive. How does it work? How does it accomplish what it does in order to be able to take advantage of it? And then we'll switch gear and actually show all the things that we have mentioned that are kind of the part of the grunt work of malware operations, how you can do them with RPA. We will introduce a tool that does all of this for you without having to know the complexities of RPA. And don't worry, I'm going to also send you home with a few points of things that you can do to protect your organization. So let's start with RPA. In order to figure out what RPA does, let me start off with a story. When I was a teenager, me and my friends used to play in a very nerdy game called Tibia. Basically, it's an MMORPG where you level up, you play with other characters. It's a very kind of social game. And we were obsessed with this game with me and my friends. But actually, a lot of the things that we had to do in this game, a lot of the day-to-day, involved things like fishing. And so, what do I mean by fishing? Basically, you take a worm and you click on the pond, and you might get a fish. And this kind of leveled up your fishing skills and was important. This was like 90% of my time playing the game. So you click and you get fish, and you click and you get fish, and you click and you get fish. And I mean, it's nice, but actually it's really boring. Because you are basically transforming virtual worms to virtual fish. This was annoying and kept me away from what I really wanted to do. So I wanted to find basically an advantage, a creative solution to figure out how to do this without having to invest the time. I also wanted to kind of impress my friends and gain an advantage over them. And so I came up with this kind of creative solution. And this is true, by the way. I didn't find the real photo, but I used physical automation, and so this is an illustration of how this looks like. Basically, I would put a bunch of books over the keyboard and the mouse overnight, and then I hoped that by the time morning comes, things would still stay there, and I would level up. This kind of worked some of the time, but most of the time things fell over, things didn't behave as I expected. And of course, this was very limited in what I was able to do. And so, but this did trigger my imagination into what is actually possible. And so in the next iteration, I actually found a few kinds of software that were able to record my keyboard and mouse, and then just reiterate those steps over time. And this is kind of this was very sophisticated for me at the time. Let's see how it looks like. And so you can see that now I am able to do much more than just click. I can move the mouse around, I can move the character around, and so this was a revelation. This made me basically the hero of my friends, because more than just being able to do this, I could share it with others. And so this is a nice way to kind of think about RPA. RPA is a technology that has started as a way to create integrations by emulating a user one-to-one. This also means that you can integrate with systems that don't have proper APIs. Think about kind of legacy software in a large enterprise. And so you can just, by being able to use the computer as a user would, you gain access to the same kind of things that a user would be able to do. And so here's a quick summary about what RPA is. The idea is to replace this copy and pasting that users do manually. The building of RPA tasks is very much kind of drag and drop. It's supposed to be easy to do by everyone. You emulate the user actions, and so the mouse and the keyboard. This also means that you run the same way as the user runs, right? You run as the user. There's no way, unless you're doing some behavioral analytics, to distinguish between a user and an RPA bot. And again, this distinction would be very difficult, because this is exactly what the RPA is doing, is emulating user activity. And also, RPA runs either on user machines or laptops to access the same kind of information or on dedicated servers. And this is actually being used for really heavy lifting within the enterprise. There are serious use cases, for example, automating offboarding and onboarding employees, submitting financial reports. So there are a bunch of things that enterprises are doing with RPA that are really creating a lot of value. So now that we understand why RPA exists and why is it used in the enterprise? Why today in almost every enterprise you'll find RPA there. Let's kind of dive a bit deeper and figure out how it works. So that's what we're going to do right now. And the rest of this talk from this moment forward is going to be focused on Microsoft's RPA. It's called Power Automate. And all of the things that I'm going to show you are very similar across different RPA vendors. It's not really just a Microsoft problem. It's an RPA. It's inherent in RPA. But the reason why we focus on Microsoft is because Microsoft's RPA agent comes built in Windows 11. And so if you open up a Windows 11 machine, a vanilla Windows 11 machine today, a laptop, a server, you'll find Power Automate already there. And that's why it's important, because it's kind of available for us to use. Let me show you how this looks like from a user's perspective. And so when you kick off a new vanilla machine, Windows 11, just search for Power Automate. You already find this agent within your machine. Let's see if this works. So I'm going to show you what happens when I execute this agent for the first time. Okay, so I'm going to Power Automate. First of all, it's going to ask me for an email address. This is a Microsoft address. And keep in mind, I could plug in any address here. That's important to note here. Once I do that, it connects to Office. And then you can see a whole bunch of information being populated. We'll jump back to it in a moment. I'm going to create an Hello World application. And now you're seeing the actual, the builder, the drag and drop interface that allows you to create RPA bots. I'm going to choose the write to file action and just pick the file that I would like to write on. And you'll see that very quickly I set up a flow which kind of appends a line into this file. I click on run, it runs, and everything gets executed really easily, and the file gets created. So you can see that this is pretty easy and that there are a whole bunch of applications I can use. You can also see that there are other tasks that are already available because of the integration with Office. And as you can see, there's a little trigger there that the thing actually worked. And so you noticed, and I kind of stressed it a few times, that first of all, when you connected, you had to use some sort of an address, and then afterwards, you got a whole bunch of automations that were already available there. So let's figure out what's going on there. This is actually what we saw, right? So once we plugged into, we added our address or logged in to Power Automate, you saw all of these different automations that were already available, and those are my automations, so I created them in advance, but not on the machine. I created them on the Office side. So that's exactly, you can see that in the environment, on the environment widget there. Basically, Power Automate is connected to Office, and it drives all of these automations through Office, and that's why you're actually seeing this. So this is synced with the cloud. And so one thing that you should be asking yourself is, how is this possible? So if let's say that Microsoft is, so we understand that Microsoft is putting this in by default, this agent, in every Windows 11 installation. And this is connected to Office. But it's not like they asked some network admin in the middle to open up the firewall, right? This is something that needs to work properly. So let's figure out how everything works here. So on one side, we have Power Automate. It runs probably on-prem, but on somebody's machine. On the other side, we have the Office Cloud Services. And before we talk about the communication, let's just figure out what's actually happening on the user side, on the laptop side. So Power Automate is actually more than just one executable. There's a whole bunch of executables that are available within the Power Automate framework inside Windows 11. The two important ones that I'm showing you right now is the Power Automate executable that actually runs the command, and it runs as the user in the user context. So the same kind of permissions, everything like the user. And the other side is the machine runtime. it runs on a service account created in your machine by Microsoft, again, every Windows 11 machine, and it runs in parallel to the user, and this is going to be the piece that actually connects to Office. We'll see that in a moment. Power Automate is also able to automate the browser, and it does so through a whole bunch of browser plugins, and those are available for browser extensions, and those are available to every major browser. So there are dedicated executables that actually handle this, and so I added them to the picture here as well. And just kind of so you know, the only thing that I just showed you right now are these 3 executables, but actually, as you can see, there are a whole bunch of executables that are available as part of the Power Automate directory. If you're looking for a nice place for research and to dive deep, I really recommend this. There's a whole bunch of work that could be done here. And the one thing that is important is that all of these things, as you can see, it's part of the kind of, it's already there in program files. It's also supported by the trusted by the EDR. And so, because this is part of Windows 11, Microsoft EDR and others as well are trusting these executables to be okay, to be something that Microsoft has put forth. So now that we understand what's happening on the user side, let's try and understand the network. So how does this communication actually happens? Microsoft did not go out to each network security team and ask them to open up the firewall so every user to be able to directly connect to Office. What exactly is going on here? The way that this is accomplished is with a cool solution called Azure Service Bus. It used to be called Azure Relay. Basically, there's outbound communication going from both sides, from Office and from the machine runtime, which is actually the user's laptop. And it goes, and there's basically a message queue there with commands that the agent should be executing. And so the agent would go out to this queue once in a while, fetch new commands, and every time there's a result, it would just save it on that queue again. So that's the way that the communication is being established. And so now that we're connected between the agent and the cloud, let's try and figure out how does it look like from the Office side. So what exactly do you see there? So there's a very nice layer in Office that allows you to look at these agents, understand what they're doing. You can see all of the machines that I have registered into my malicious tenant. You can see the version of the agent being installed, whether it's working or not. So essentially, this is a management portal that allows you to view all of these agents. You can also run commands directly from the cloud. So in the same way that you saw me a moment ago create an automation on the user's laptop, you can actually create it somewhere else and then move it to the cloud and trigger it on some other user's machine. You can also view the status of tasks. So you can debug failures. You can check out when things happened last. You can rerun things. So everything that you need in order to actually manage things, manage these agents at scale, is available through Microsoft Cloud. One thing that I still want to touch on is the trust component here. How is trust being established between Office and the users and the user agent without other than the authentication? So the messages that are put on these. So once the registration part happens, and you saw me do this a moment ago, there's a private key being created on the machine side, and the public key is being sent through that mechanism to Office. And then with this private public key, the Azure Service Bus, the messages can be signed, and when they're signed, keep in mind that they have two things. One is the RPA task, which is actually kind of what needs to be done, but they also have local credentials, and this is important. This means that the machine runtime agent can run things on behalf of the user of the user that already exists in that machine, but it can also run tasks as any other user. And so this is how this process is being done in a secure way. And so, in a nutshell, users can build custom processes. They hand them off to Microsoft. Microsoft then ensures that these processes are distributed across all of the different machines that run, that are registered to your tenant, executed successfully, and then report back to the cloud. And so I think you can realize what I'm about to do next. So let's just do it. The next part would be, how do you take everything that we have learned so far and build a malware operation out of it? And so let's recall our wish list. These are the things that we wanted to do, and we're going to go one by one and achieve each and every one of them with Power Automate. And so let's start. The first thing we need to do is to set up that malicious tenant. We need to set up an office deployment that would be the one we are using to manage all of those agents. And so you can see that very easily here. I create a tenant. This is free. You don't need a license. You don't need to provide a credit card. So this is kind of very easy. And once you create that tenant, when you go to the Power Automate interface, you'll see that it points you to install new machines, or basically to onboard new machines in your tenant. So how exactly is it happening? We actually saw this earlier. So there was a quick UI there. You sign in and you can add in your own email. And remember, I alluded to the fact that you can that you can plug in any account here. This is exactly the point. You can see that I'm inserting an account that is part of my malicious office deployment. But of course, doing this with UI is kind of fishy. We don't really need to do that once we have initial access to somebody's machine. We want to be, of course, we want to hide. And so, fortunately for us, Microsoft provides a nice script, silently register a new machine, that allows you through PowerShell or through command line to register a machine to your own tenant. And by the way, even if that machine is already registered to somebody else's tenant, to the actual organization tenant, it doesn't matter. It can be registered to two tenants in the same time, and nobody else, and those won't know about each other. And so this is really cool. It kind of solves our problem, right? Once you do that, you will be able to see the the machine that you've just registered in the Power Automate management interface in Office. And so this is the way that we onboard new users, i.e. this is the way that we infect a new machine. One thing that you might have noticed there is that this script the script needs to be run as an administrator, which of course is not that great, right? As a hacker, this is very limiting, and so we try to poke around and see whether we can get it to run as a user and not just as an administrator, and actually it just worked. So we just tried and it worked. And so you can also run this executable as a user. It will register and it will still register the machine to the malicious tenant. And so we have so once we have that, the machine is registered to my malicious organization. And now, in order to actually run something on that organization, on that infected machine, here's what I have to do. So I trigger something from the cloud. I create this automation from the cloud that chooses a specific desktop flow. That's the name of the payload that I would like to run. It uses it asks me for the credentials, as we mentioned earlier, the local credentials, which again we assume you already have because you have the initial access. And then it distributes a payload then you basically choose the payload and it will distribute it to the machine. And now of course you can run this on one machine, or you can run this on many machines. One thing that is important to question here is what about this user Alex G? What happens if they're already logged into their machine? What happens if they're actually using it right now? So how would it look like from the user's machine, from the user side? Fortunately, RPA has already taken care of this, or Microsoft have already taken care of this. So there are two versions of RPA, attended and unattended. Basically, if the attended means that if the user already has a session ongoing within the local machine, you just join that session and you run with the user on the same session. Of course, it means that you can steal secrets, you can do everything that the user does. And the other option is unattended RPA. This creates a new session and then discards of it when it's done. And so we can do both of these things. And so you can see that RPA has already taken care of many edge cases for us. And even more than that, we have already showed you 3 things that we wanted to do. So deploying malware, that's just running the script, the Microsoft script. Defense evasion, well, this is obvious. All of these services, the executables, the cloud services, they are all trusted. They are trusted by Microsoft, they are trusted by other security vendors, and so defense evasion is already there. And with persistency, keep in mind, we haven't installed anything new on the machine. This was already there. And so you can always just run the command back from the cloud and run things on the machine, even if somebody tries to kind of because there's nothing really to remove. So next up, we are going to see command and control. We did see a couple of these of payloads that we sent forth, but let's kind of figure out what kind of payloads we can send and how can we make it kind of generic. So now we're going to see, once we already have a machine infected, we can already send commands out. Let's see what actually we can do. So here's just a simple example, data exfiltration. So this is a simple automation. I'm giving this automation as inputs the target file, some local file I'd like to exfiltrate, and then I'm getting back the content of that file, and you can see that there's also error handling here, but that's kind of very, very simple. Let's just make sure we understand how this works. First of all, from the cloud side, you can see that I can run this automation, I give the input target file, and then I just get it back. Let's make sure we understand how exactly does this data exfiltration work to make sure that we won't get caught. And so if you recall the architecture, let's and figure out what's happening over this architecture. So creating those instructions, basically creating the payload, happens with us directly with Office. And so we reach out to Office, we give out this payload, and then we give out the command, send this payload to a specific machine. That command goes through the Azure Service Bus, this channel of communication between the user machine and Office, and it's being executed. It reaches the machine runtime, which will execute it with one of the Power Automate agents, depending on the user. Once the information has been collected, it will be written again on the secure communication between Azure Service Bus. And so you can see that from the enterprise perspective, from the network perspective, you really cannot catch this because it's going to Microsoft trusted services. And so I just showed you data exfiltration, but actually we want more than that. We want to be able to run every command that we would want on the user's machine. Let's see how to do that. So here's the first version of code execution. Basically, there's a bunch of nice utilities within Power Automate that allow you to basically run a command on the machine. So you can see that I'm getting as input a command, and I can run it as PowerShell, as Python, as JavaScript, so there are a bunch of options. And so using this, I can send any payload that I'd like into the machine. The problem is that once I execute this, I get caught by the EDR. And why? Well, because I just ran a malicious payload, in this example, trying to use Mimikatz. And of course, this can be caught by the EDR. I mean, EDRs are monitoring this. Essentially, there are 2 parts here. So the part that is trusted is this drag and drop interface. What the RPA agent is actually doing. But once you go to other processes, once you spawn a command prompt, well, of course, this is something that EDRs are especially worried about. So it makes sense that we get caught. So the question then becomes, what can we do if we stay in this trusted zone? Can we take better advantage of the trusted zone to actually execute what we want to wanted to execute? Because the trusted zone, what we already have there, does have some logic, right? It needs to choose the right kind of interpreter or compiler or something that we need that we're using to actually run the code. And so what can we do to take more advantage of it? And so let's see how it works. When we run this, when we created this payload, you can see that there are a whole bunch of commands of operations that we used in order to create it. And so the question becomes, what payloads are available? What can we do with them? So this is just a little snapshot of things that are available within kind of as ready-made operations. So you can use crypto to encrypt files or to encrypt files or to encrypt content. You can trigger HTTP calls. You can communicate with AD, with Windows services, with other processes. You can look at files and folders. You can automate a browser, which we'll see in a moment. You can take screenshots. You can use the mouse and the keyboard and record them. So keylogging is easy. You can copy the clipboard or change the clipboard. And so I'm sure your mind is racing right now with the kinds of things that you're able to do. Basically, these are all of the primitives that you need to accomplish most of the things that an attacker would like to do. And so let's see a few of those in action. So let's start with a simple example, no-code ransomware. So here's this example. I'm basically focused on a specific directory. I'm going to crawl that directory and the subdirectories, and then I'm going to encrypt to replace each file with an encrypted file. You can see the automation here is again pretty simple. There's a bit of error handling and a bunch of for loops, but basically I just go deeper and deeper into the directory hierarchy and encrypt each one of the files. Let's see a quick demo. So this is the cloud side. I'm providing the encryption key, the directory, and how deep do I want this to actually go. Deep within the directory structure. The flow is running. The command is right now being sent to the malicious agent that is going to run this on the infected machine. And you can see that it's already run and it's giving me information about the actual execution. On the machine side, you can see that the files are actually encrypted. And so this is, as you can see, very easy to actually accomplish. Okay. One thing that we haven't discussed so far is the fact that there are a bunch of logs that this agent on the local side is generating. So the agent, the local RPA agent, is generating a bunch of information about what it's doing. Of course, we would like to clean those up, and it's kind of easy because we already know where this agent is actually storing information, and so this automation simply cleans up after ourselves. So we just go to every location where we know that the agent is storing information, and we're just permanently deleting those files. So we saw data exfiltration, we saw ransomware, and we saw cleanup. One thing that I kind of hinted on earlier is that RPA or Power Automate is also able to automate the browser. And so by automating the browser, of course, we can continue on our attack to other locations. So let's see how it looks like. Essentially, the idea is very easy. I would like to basically steal tokens for authenticated tokens because we're running as the user from the browser. So here's the idea. We open the browser kind of in a way that the user won't notice. We go to a specific location. In this case, we're going to flow.microsoft.com to steal a Microsoft token for that user. And then we simply extract the token. And so let's see this in action. Here's the automation. So I'm going to launch a new browser, send out a few keystrokes to make sure that we get to the right page and that we can kind of fetch its content. And then I'm just going to parse the results and fetch the authentication token out of it. And in this case, so you're seeing a Chrome app opens up on a Microsoft website, and the token gets exfiltrated back as an output variable. Now, of course, we don't want the browser to pop up in such a way. Remember, we're running as a user in the user session to steal their tokens. So there's a very easy parameter we can change here to have the browser opened in a minimized version, so the user won't notice. Let's see how it happens from the cloud side. And so From the cloud side, we create a new request that basically sends this payload to the infected machine. Again, you saw this earlier. So the payload is being sent through the trusted channel, reaches the agent. The agents verify that it actually runs successfully. And from the infected user side, nothing happens. Because, well, we created this in a way that won't actually do anything on the user side. And so you can see that this is very powerful. So there are a whole bunch of things that we can actually do in order to basically everything that you would have wanted to do with data as an attacker, you can actually do with no-code primitives. And so we saw command and control, data exfiltration, cleanup. We saw harvesting credentials through browsers. But there are actually a bunch of other ideas we didn't have time to implement, like creating a keylogger or any other thing. So please feel free to kind of play around with it on your own. And in order to make it easier for you to play around with it on your own, let me introduce PowerPoint. So PowerPoint is a tool that abstracts away all of the complexities of that are just described of how do you infect these machines, how do you send the information out there, how do you set up that Office account, so you can use all of these tools as part of your Red Team arsenal. PowerPoint also handles a bunch of things for you, so we handle errors for you. We also allow you to run all of these payloads through an HTTP trigger, an HTTP webhook, so an HTTP endpoint, rather than the need to actually go and log into Office. So here's how it looks like. Basically, you post to the HTTP endpoint that is created for you. You choose the infected machine and the user you want to run as, the actual payload that you'd like to run, and the parameters, and you'll just get back all of the output as all of the results of that payload as output, as the return side of the request. There's also a convenience layer in Python that you can use to make your life even easier. So you can execute commands, run all of the payloads that you saw here today, and actually others as well. We're fortunate enough that there's a kind of a small community that has started to be built around PowerPoint. So check it out. You'll also find all of the instructions of how to set it up on your tenant. And of course, the idea here is to use this tool basically to, first of all, to learn yourself about the space. After that, to kind of teach others and gain the attention of management. And of course, to build defenses around these capabilities. And so, a quick summary into what we did today. We saw what RPA is. We saw that RPA is available in every organization, and we did a very technical deep dive to figure out how exactly does it work and accomplish what it needs to do. And the important thing here is it doesn't require the acceptance of management, or it can just be plugged in there by the vendors themselves. We saw that you can use RPA as basically as a way to do remote code execution as a service. To take care of all of the grunt work for you. You can distribute payloads, execute them, make sure they run successfully, and everything works through trusted services, trusted executables. We haven't installed anything new, and so this would be very difficult to catch. You also saw that the no-code primitives that are provided by RPA are actually pretty good. So there are a whole bunch of things that you can do with those primitives. We saw PowerPoint, which is a way to do all of that, but without having to deal with the complexity of RPA itself. And instead, you can run with command lines and Python interface. And the last thing I want to do before we finish off this talk is to send you home with a few things that you can do to protect your organization right now. And so these are concrete things that I encourage you to do. First of all, you should monitor for every event of registering this Power Automate agent silently on user machines. So there are a couple of executables that I'm stressing out and pointing to here. Every usage of those executables should be monitored and logged. And more than that, if you can create a detection that identifies usage of those executables with a tenant ID that is not your own organization's tenant ID, like the malicious tenant that I created for this talk, for this research. This would be a very critical sign that somebody is actually trying to use these methods to hack your organization. I also encourage you to review Microsoft's documentation around Power Automate and try to. There are a whole bunch of things that they're suggesting there to basically try and reduce your risk. And there's a bunch of information about no code and the risks around them. There's a whole bunch of links that I've added here. This entire talk was focused on how an attacker can take advantage of RPA, but actually users that are using RPA are also exposing organizations to a whole bunch of risk. This is the subject of another talk, so I'll leave it for another day. Thank you very much for listening and tuning into this talk. I'd be very happy to continue this, to make this into a conversation later on, so please reach out to me. Thank you very much and have a great conference.
So thank you. We are at time. If there's anyone in person here that has any questions for Michael, he's still with us. I didn't see any questions in the chat, but it looks like we're good in the room. Thank you for joining us again, Michael. That was a wonderful talk. I will be revisiting that on our YouTube at one point in the future. So thank you for your time.
Awesome.
We are going to break for lunch, and we will return at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Are the slides in the GitHub?
Thank you.
Michael, are the slides available in your GitHub?
Yep, they're already there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. For you. That is the wrong way around. Let me see if I can fix that. That is also not big enough. Let me see if I can.
a good video to save for later.
I love the lightsaber too.
No, you got two.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Hey, you. So
Can you
for
hear
those
me now?
watching
Can you
at
hear me
home-
now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. It was me. So just I wanted to pop in here just as you're getting set back up. Notice I've got a lower third and whatnot now.
Yeah.
For the rest of the show, if you will, unless they don't want to be on there, I'm going to take myself out and show you kind of. Actually, I'll probably take you out. That way I can talk. So we do this and that view. And I think that looks pretty good. What do you think? What do you think of that? Or do you think it would be different, better to do something different?
I've been leaving most of the interactions between me and the speaker. And speaking of which, I'm going to reach out to our speaker for 115.
Wonderful.
Have just been the two video feeds, and then I turn on their screen share, and it's usually the big with the small video, like of the
Perfect.
person.
Okay. As long as that works for you, great. With this up, if possible.
So my only concern is when you had the big share and the small video is that this image covers the name of the individual, and some people had like their Twitter handle that they wanted.
Okay.
But it should also be on whoever's speaking as well. So
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me try something. Hmm. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, I mean that should be okay. I think like that.
yeah, I it should be okay too. The if you see a little blue dot above like virtual track,
Oh yeah. Okay.
that's, but I think that's all right. We'll edit this conversation out of the YouTube and post, right?
Oh, this is fine. No, you and I are just chatting now. You didn't know that? Yeah, no. Okay.
I didn't know these images were in
They weren't
Restream.
until a few seconds ago.
Okay. I feel less bad.
But I can change something and make it a little better here. So I'm gonna drop out and I'll put it back.
Okay.
And I'll drop you out and go from there. There we go.
I was employed by UCF. I worked in their information security.
Ooh.
They
Hey,
never
Delaney.
paid me enough to afford their tuition.
How's
What's up?
that?
Perfect.
All right, I'm gonna leave you alone. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Welcome back. It is 1 o'clock. The session doesn't technically start till 1:15, so I'm going to give our speaker some time to join. If I don't hear back, we will play the pre-recorded content that we have as a failsafe. So this will officially resume in some fashion at 1:15. So thank you for joining us early. All right, good afternoon. I have the pleasure of introducing Noi Pearl, who will be speaking on cipher injection, which is the new SQL injection that we aren't aware of. And I can see we already have some Patrick and SpongeBob images, so I'm really excited to see this presentation where it takes us. So without further ado.
Hi everyone, and welcome to my talk. Thank you first of all for attending my talk today. My name is Noi, and we're about to talk about cipher injections. Now, cipher injection is not SQL injection. Today this is not gonna be a talk about SQL injection, and there are so many and maybe too many articles about SQL injections already. But when I started my research 2 years ago, I googled for cipher injections and I found barely 2 articles that talked about it. And my idea was that if not that many developers know about cipher injections, then it is a great assumption that there are a lot of systems today that are vulnerable to cipher injections. And you can also try to do bug bounty, and we're going to talk about what exactly to do after you know what is cipher injection. But basically it's something that most people that I talked with didn't know about, this cipher injection potential. So let's start. So I'm working as a security researcher, and I was one of the group members that created the Capture the Flag challenges back in 2020. I really like to learn about new stuff, and I also really like to dance, especially after I find vulnerability. And I have the best dog ever, in my opinion, but it's more accurate to say that he actually owns me. So I wanted to have 5 takeaways out of my talk today. First of all, I want each one of you to really know what is cipher and what are graph databases, and I want you to know how to inject into those graph databases and how to find an injection in cipher. And more than that, I want you to be able to escalate your attack further and further than what you already know, and to cause as many damage as you can. And I really want you to know how to be protected from those kind of cipher injections, and also how to reduce your attack surface in case you have an injection in cipher in one of your systems. And most important from all, I want you to know what to do after this talk, after my talk will end. I wrote a vulnerable playground, and I really want to show you how to use it and what you can gain from it. So let's start. Cipher. So forget for 40 minutes about everything you know about the word cipher. We're not talking about Caesar cipher or a cipher of any crypto. We're talking about an entirely different cipher today. And what we're talking about is called Open Cipher, which is a query language. So you write queries in cipher language, and those queries perform actions on something that's called graph database. So you actually write queries and you use graph databases, but let's try to understand what exactly is a graph database. So let's take a database that we are already familiar with, such as some SQL relational database. We can see our own familiar tables and rows and columns. And let's take a graph database. So you can see that there are circles. There is a circle of SpongeBob, and there is a circle of this pineapple house, and there is an arrow that connects 2 of them. So that is just how a database, graph database looks like. And there are no rows, no columns, only those, you can call it nodes, only those nodes which are circles, and relationships which are arrows. And if we just want to get a few examples of graph databases, then there is Neo4j, the company that actually open sourced Open Cipher language. And there is also Redis Graph, which is an extension of Redis where you can actually write cipher queries that perform actions on a Redis database. And there is Amazon Neptune, also another database that supports cipher. So we talked a little bit about cipher and the fact that we use it in graph databases, but let's really try to understand how a cipher query looks like. So for that, I created a database actually in the world of SpongeBob, and this is just a graph database, and I created like characters such as Mr. Krab and SpongeBob and Patrick, and I created arrows. You can call them relationships between those characters. So I created arrows between, for example, Sandy and SpongeBob, and also I created, in addition to characters, also places such as Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket and Sandy Stridham. And this is just how a graph database looks like. So nothing fancy right here. Again, no rows and columns, only like weird circles and arrows. And if we take, for example, a part from the database to just observe it, then we can call it as SpongeBob is a friend of Sandy who lives at Sandy's Freedom. And that's it. That is the part of this specific database. So this is the way we can actually look at this graph database. And let's see the actual terms of it and learn how to use those. So there are circles, now we can call them nodes, and there are relationships, those are the arrows. And you can dismiss the direction of the arrow, it doesn't really matter in our example. But you can see that SpongeBob works at Krusty Krab. This is just the relationship between those two nodes. And if you want to go into the other terms, then dismiss, match, and return for a second. You have variables that you can assign in your own Cypher query. And you have labels such as character and place. For example, SpongeBob has the character label and Krusty Krab has the place label. And you can assign also properties to nodes. So SpongeBob has the property of name and its value is SpongeBob. And that is basically how we use terms in Cypher and talk about Cypher and graph databases. Now, let's see what happens instead of select from when you write a Cypher query. Then instead of select from, we have match return. For example, we want to write a Cypher query to get all the characters in a database. We'll use match with C variable that we define that will represent all the characters or all the nodes with the label character, and then return C to return all the nodes with the label character. Now, return has to come after match so that Cypher will know what exactly to return as a result of the query. So this is the basic example. And if we want to be more specific, like get all the character with a specific name, again we'll use the same match, but now we use where c.name equals to SpongeBob, to some specific name that we can define, and again the same return C. Now, nothing fancy right here, this is just a legitimate way to use Cypher. But after we understood the basics of Cypher, let's go into the more interesting part, into the actual injection. But before we go into the actual part of Cypher injection, let's do a very quick review of how SQL injection works, and then apply it on Cypher injection. Now imagine we have in SQL a table called characters, and we get some specific name from the user. You can see the green background text, and we return to the user the data according to the name. So in this specific case, the user will insert SpongeBob, and we'll return back to the user data regarding SpongeBob. Now, in case that the user is actually an attacker, then they will insert something like SpongeBob with double quotes to terminate the string, and then we'll insert a term that will return true always, such as or 1 equals 1, and 2 dashes to comment out the rest of the query. So at the bottom, this is how the query will eventually looks like. What will actually happen is that for each one of the rows, it will be checked whether the name is SpongeBob or whether 1 equals 1. And since 1 equals 1 will return true always, then eventually the attacker will be able to get all the actual characters and not only the character with the name of SpongeBob. Now this is the actual injection, and this is in a nutshell how you apply SQL injection. So after we understood basically how an injection can happen in SQL, let's get back into Cypher and try to apply the same trick, but now with the syntax of Cypher. Okay, so we have the same example in SQL, but now it is written in Cypher. We have match character, like we are getting all the characters and we present them by a variable called C. And then we get some name from the user and return the specific character with the specific name. So in case that this is a legitimate user, nothing fancy right here, the user will insert SpongeBob, and then the user will get back the SpongeBob node, or the character with the name SpongeBob. But in a case that there is an actual attacker, the attacker won't insert SpongeBob, they will insert something like this red background text. They will insert SpongeBob with single quote, and then will insert again a term that will return true always, or 1 equals 1, and return C to return back the character. So this is just how the query will look like with the injection. and the red background text will be what actually the attacker will insert. So the attacker won't get only SpongeBob, but they will get also other characters as well. And this is the way of the injection. And the two slashes just to comment out the rest of the query in a pretty similar way of how we inserted two dashes in SQL. So this is basically the injection. But you can stop me right now and tell me, hey, we are an attacker from outside. We have no idea how the query looks like and how we will be able to know to inject return C if we don't know how the query looks like. Because return C is just a variable that we defined as a developer. So when we inject to another real-life application, we don't know how the query actually is constructed. And you can tell me that I'm actually cheating right here. And I will tell you that you're probably right. This is an issue that we are going to overcome in a few slides, but bear with me right now with the actual injection, and then we're going to solve this issue. Okay, so the next one that we're going to do, we're gonna delete. So we don't want only to get data, but to actually tamper with data as an attacker from outside. We can inject delete C, and by that we will insert all this red background text, and we'll be able to delete this specific node. But we don't want to delete our own poor node. We want to delete other nodes as well, and just to delete all the characters, for example. So the same example, but right now what we will insert as user input will be this, and we'll insert again all this red background text as an injection. What we're going to do is inserting two clauses. The first one will be match, and we will define a variable called all to represent all the characters, and then delete all to delete all the characters. And we can append the clauses one after another because Cypher supports that. And what we'll actually do is delete all the characters in the database as the injection. So this basically would be the injection, but we don't see the query. I mean, I'm returning to the question that I avoided previously. We're an attacker from outside, so we don't really know to inject return C because we don't know that the query actually uses the variable called C, and we don't know how the database looks like. So we actually don't know that there is a label called character in the graph database. So how would we be able to know what to inject exactly in Cypher? And for that, we are actually going to exfiltrate data by leveraging a very legitimate functionality called loadcsv neo4j. This is just a very legitimate function, and we're gonna manipulate the database in such a way that we will use this loadcsv function in order to leak different parts from the database to us back, and by that we will be able to know later on what to inject in order to tamper with data. And I'm gonna show you exactly how we're gonna use it. But first of all, I wanted to know what exactly is loadcsv. So this is just a clause just like match and delete, but we can treat it as a function or some functionality that imports data from external CSV files. Imagine that you want to get a lot of data, something like 1,000 or 10,000 different rows. You can actually import external CSV file from external server, such as your own server, and you can use this data that you imported in your Cypher query. Very legitimate, and imagine that you can actually define a URL to your own server. So we are going to use this specific functionality in order to leak data back to us in such a way that we treat it as a pipe between the vulnerable Neo4j server and between our own controlled web server. So we're gonna apply something like blind injection, because in this situation, like in a real world situation, we can have blind injection in most cases, and we won't be able to see the results back from this Cypher query that runs in the server. So we have to have some kind of way to leak data outside back to us, and for that we're going to use loadcsv. So let's see how we can apply this. What we are going to see right here is injection. So I know this is a lot of lines, but we inject those 4 lines as the injection itself. We call db.labels. This is the function that returns all the labels in the database, and then load CSV from. And we try to load the CSV from the server of us. This URL should lead to our own controlled server and append the label at the end of the URL. So what actually happens right here is that there will be a new HTTP request that will be sent from Neo4j back to us, back to our server, and the leaked label will be in the URL itself. So you can see the character label that was leaked back to us. And you can see in the second line, the user agent of neo-load-csv Java. It actually means that this HTTP request was sent directly from Neo4j from load-csv function. And notice the last line, we have the same 2 slashes to comment out the rest of the query, because again, those 4 lines are actually the injection. So we're able to leak labels from the graph database, but let's try to leak different parts of it. So first of all, we can match up the characters because we now know that there is a label called character because we leaked it. And the next thing we can actually do is the same old CSV from, and this time we use epoch text join with keys C. Now, keys C is a function that returns all the properties of the character, and epoch text join is just converting the list of the key to a string so we can append it at the end of the URL. And this is basically how we can leak all the properties. And if we will go to our own controlled server, we can see an incoming HTTP request to us with the leaked property. And this is the way that we were able to actually leak now properties. And there will be a new HTTP request that will be sent for every new property. Okay, so we leaked the properties and we're able to leak the labels, but let's right now try to leak the names. So we will insert this as an attacker as all the injection, and we will get all the characters again, and then we will try to get c.name this time. We will append c.name at the end of the second line, and in that way we want to be able to actually get the character names such as SpongeBob and Patrick. And we will get Patrick in the request to us and Mr. Crab with a typo I made. But anyway, we will get those names. And by that we were able to leak different parts from the database back to us. And now when we have those kind of data and that we know how the database is constructed, we can actually inject, delete, and update and tamper with the data in the database itself. Okay, but it is nice to leak data and tamper with data and delete data, but we want to do more damage. So let's see what else we can actually do when we have a simple cipher injection. And throughout my talk today, I'm gonna show you how we can actually do more and more damage when we have a very simple cipher injection. So we're going to do right now a few other things. The first of all will be trying to cause denial of service of the database. Then we're going to apply SSRF and RFI, and I'm going to explain exactly what are those. But notice that those are vulnerabilities, like web-based vulnerabilities, that enables you to leak a lot of data, a lot of code, and access a lot of other sensitive endpoints that you shouldn't do. And we are actually going to perform lateral movement in the cloud and try to escalate to other machines, again by this simple cipher injection. But after that, we're going to talk about alternatives, such as what we can do if float-CSV will be blocked, and about other databases as well, and familiar other tricks. First of all, we're going to cause denial of service. Now, we're going to leak the connections first of all, so we'll get back all the connection IDs in the same trick of the injection that we had previously. And afterwards, we will be able to kill a connection or kill a lot of connections by just sending a list of connections. Now, notice that those are actually the powerful connections between the database and the applications, and not the connections between the user and database. And in such a way, if you try to do this in an automated script, and every time when a new connection actually comes up, try to kill it more and more, it will cause a lot of latency, and it can also prevent from other users to use this application. And if the application is dependent on Neo4j, it can also potentially cause denial of service in the application itself. So this is pretty powerful, and the way that we can apply it will be by sending two injections. The first one will be to leak all the connections, and the second one will be to kill all the connections, and we can apply it in a pretty similar way of how we applied previously the leakage of the names or the properties of the nodes. So this would be the first thing that we can actually apply in order to cause denial of service. And who doesn't like to drop databases? So we can actually leak all the names of the databases and then send like the second injection to actually drop the databases. And again, this is really dependent on the role that you actually have when the user tries to run this injection. And we're going to talk about roles and permissions a little bit later. But imagine that if you are just using the default role of admin, you will be able to do this by the simple injection as an attacker. Okay, so we were able to tamper with data, to leak data, to cause a denial of service in the database itself, and maybe annoy a few users or a few DevOps, but we want to do much more than that. So let's see what else we can do with the Cypher injection. So what we're going to do right now will be SSRF, and SSRF is just a web-based vulnerability that enables you as an attacker to send an HTTP request, a malicious HTTP request, in such a way that it passes through the web firewall, it reaches to the server, and because of how the request is maliciously constructed, the server actually sends another request, either to himself or to other internal server. And it looks just as you just sitting after the firewall and not before it. So in such way, you can actually manipulate the server to actually send other requests and leak data, leak sensitive keys, files, and access sensitive and protected endpoints. And it is really powerful. So we're going to apply this SSRF technique using load CSV functionality in Neo4j. And let's see how we actually do this. So right now, what we can actually do, instead of using load CSV from with the URL to our own web server, we can use load CSV from, and in this time we will insert a URL to some internal resource, such as internal host or some secret or some source code file. And what will actually happen is that the web server of Neo4j, actually the database, will run this Cypher query with the injection with the load CSV from, and we try to fetch the secret from the internal server that we defined by the host, and then we'll bring back to us the secret. And it can be an internal secret, it can be enumeration of directories and files, like common files, if we know, for example, the technology or the language that the server actually is based on. And it can be like common files such as trying to get SSH keys, or it can be something more specific. It can be, if we're talking about cloud environments, for example, let's take AWS. It has something that's called metadata service, which is a service that usually sits in a static IP, and you can query it and get a lot of sensitive information regarding AWS roles and permissions and also credentials. So in potential, you can actually get credentials to AWS users and to other machines, and by that be able to escalate to other machines in the cloud and make your attack much more powerful and to have much more impact by that. So this is the way how we can actually apply SSRF using load CSV and actually cause lateral movement in the cloud by specific, very basic injection in Cypher. But the nice thing right here is that if you actually use this meta service version 2, you won't be able to use this simple technique, because in version 2, you actually establish a session in front of this meta service and you get token, and you have to attach the token in the next request to this meta service. And because you have to attach this token in the header, and I didn't find a way to actually define custom header in the request that is sent from load CSV, I wasn't able to do this kind of technique when I used version 2 of meta service, because I really didn't find a way to define custom header when we use load CSV from. It is a weird behavior, but anyway, I didn't find something like that enables you that far to customize your HTTP request that is sent in Cypher. I hope that's pretty much clear. But let's try to understand how to actually do it, like to see an example of the injection. So what we can actually do right here, I created a very cringy version of web server that has a very protected endpoint that should never be exposed to outside. Now imagine that this one sits in another web server. So what we can actually do right here will be this injection. We will try to insert 4 lines of injection. The first line will be .tsv from, and we'll define URL to a something that's very secret. For example, these internal keys, and then we will get this secret, define it as a variable called secret, and then we'll use another .csv from. This time, this .csv from will be to our own web server with the keys or the secret appended at the end of the URL. Now notice that we define secret with the index of 0 because the funny thing is that because we got the secret from .tsv, we treat it as some array, but that's why you just have to use secret in the index of 0. But we actually were able to get a text file by defining .tsv from. So there is also like no verification of the type of the file that you try to get from .tsv. And eventually we can see the fourth line that we just define. It's not that interesting, but notice the last 2 slashes that we use to actually comment out the rest of the query, because again, all those 4 lines are the injection that we actually use as the attacker. So what we actually, again, trying to do here, first of all, we will try to get the secret from the internal API and then send and leak this secret in the next request to our own web server. If we will look at the request that we get in our own web servers, we can see a request with this actually leaked information, leaked secret in the URL. And again, we can see that it was sent from .tsv in Neo4j. So it's pretty nice that we can actually leak other secrets. And when I found out about this potential in .tsv, I noticed that I have to find something which is not .tsv and also has the same power as .csv. I mean, I wanted to understand if there is something else that we can use in Cypher that causes an HTTP request to external URL. And we started also communication with the vendor, and we talked with them, with Neo4j company, to understand what are our options about this specific potential. And I'm gonna show exactly what they added in the next versions of Neo4j according to this. But first of all, I wanted to show you some other cool trick we found out that doesn't involve .tsv. And I want to show you something that is called Epoch. This is just an extension to Neo4j Graph database that you can install in your database. And it just enables you to use other functions such as load, import, and export. For example, imagine that it's like Lodash to JavaScript. It's just an extension and enables you to use a lot more features in Cypher language. So one of those functions in Epoch is called load.json. And again, you can use it in the same way that you actually use .tsv in Cypher. So this is the injection that you can actually apply that involves Epoch load.json. You can try to call it in the injection and to use a URL that is to your own web server and append the leaked data at the end of the URL. So this is basically how you can actually use the same trick, the same Cypher injection, but right now not with .tsv, but actually with Epoch library. And yeah, you have to install specifically Epoch library, but this library is maybe one first library or the second top library in Neo4j. And there are a lot of developers that actually use it because it enables you to have a lot more functionality in Cypher language. But yeah, in order to use this specific injection in Epoch Load, you have to have Epoch library installed in your graph database. And this is just what you will get to your own web server. You can see the HTTP request coming to your server with the leaked data from the graph database. So here I just leaked the names of the nodes. Okay, so we talked a lot about injections and the potential injections regarding SSRF and also leaking sensitive files, maybe source code files, like performing remote file inclusion, and also causing denial of service and eventually performing lateral movement and escalating to other machines as well. And I really want to talk about what you can do in order to be protected from those kind of injections. So first of all, if you don't want to have an injection in Cypher, you just can use parameterized queries. Now, there is an example of Node.js code that uses Cypher and uses the right way of Cypher. Look at the second line where we define some parameter with a dollar sign and then define the second parameter that we get from the user, this name parameter, in the second argument of the function run. So what actually happens right here is a Cypher treats the name parameter as a parameter. So if we try to use double quotes, they will be treated as a character of the double quotes and not as the character that terminates this query or this string, and they will be escaped. So we have no way to actually escape from this and to be able to terminate the string or to inject into Cypher. This is the same as how you protect from injections in SQL actually. And the second is the you should never use it example. You shouldn't append the string as you get it from the user like that in the second example, because then you can actually have an injection in Cypher and the attacker will be able to inject anything they want to this actually query. So again, please use the first version and avoid at all costs from using the second version if you don't do any input validation. Okay, so we are pretty realistic today, and we know actually that there can come tomorrow a new developer, or there can be some case where developer didn't use parameterized queries and there is now a query that is vulnerable to Cypher and an attacker was able to inject into this query. What we want to do is to reduce the attack surface so we can apply other mitigations. For example, in Neo4j there is something that's called role-based access control. That means that you can actually define users and roles and specific privileges to users and roles in such a way that you can, for example, define a user with read-only permissions or write-only permissions. If you, for example, have two databases, one is sensitive and the second one is less sensitive, then if you want only to read data from the sensitive one, you can specify a specific user with read-only permissions to this sensitive database. So if there will be an injection, an attacker won't be able to manipulate data in the sensitive database, but only to read and leak data, which is a little bit less sensitive or less risky in this case. You can actually have something that's called specific role. You can use custom role, or you can just rely on the granular roles that Neo4j have. Now, Neo4j builds specific roles that each one of the roles is built on top of the previous one with a few more other permissions. So, for example, if you want to be able to read data and to change data, you can use editor role and not admin, because if you will use admin and you will have an injection, then the attacker will be able to use db.kill connections and to leak connections or to drop database. But if you use this editor role, then if you will have an injection, the attacker won't be able to kill the connections and do other high privileged actions. Something else that you can actually do is to define specific roles and revoke specific privileges from roles, or prevent from roles to do different actions. And eventually you want to give the least permissions to a user but still be able to do 100% of what you want the code to actually do. What else you can do is actually a recommendation we got from Neo4j. This is a way from version 4.3 in Neo4j to define specific procedure that you want to allow in Epoch in such a way that any other procedures will be disabled. So you can either, if you use Epoch, just allow the specific procedures that you're using, or you can just remove epoch if you want specifically to prevent from an injection to be in one of the epoch functions. But you will still be able to have an injection with this slow TSV. So we talked a lot with Neo4j company and about what we can actually do. And eventually, after a lot of communication with them, we got something pretty amazing. They actually added a page that is talking about SSRF in their own blog, and actually added something that's called setting of block list of cipher. It actually means that you can define the linear configuration of Neo4j database. You can define block list, and you can define that any communication that will try to be established from cipher to outside has to be in your block list, has to not to be in the block list that you define. Now, let's see an example. So you can see at the bottom, we define block list. So we block all the IPs from having communication to outside. So what will actually happen is that if we will have an injection in cipher and we'll try to leak data to our own server that sits in IP something, then it won't be, it will be defined in this block list of all the IP ranges. So we won't be able to leak data because we will be blocked because of this specific configuration. Now notice that there are two different names for these specific settings. There is one name for version 4.4, and this is the new version name from version 4 and above. And you can just use it with IPv4 and IPv6, it supports both. And eventually, if you try to actually inject into Cypher and you define as a developer or DevOps this block list, you will get this message and your leakage won't work. I tried actually to perform it, and this is the message that I got when I tried to use the injection. So I just tried to leak data to my own web server, but because I defined this block list to actually block all the IPs, this is just, as I said, okay, just don't let any communication from Cypher to outside to happen. And in that way, I was able to block this low CSV request. So this is from low CSV attempts, and it also works in Epoch library because it works in such a way that it actually blocks communication to outside and not blocks specific clauses or specific libraries. If there will be tomorrow a new library and you install it and you try to use it in order to leak data in the injection, then it won't work because, again, the IP of the other external server that you defined in low CSV will be checked against the range of the blocked list IP that you defined. So this is a very nice configuration that Neo4j added. And I want to say a few words about Redis graph. Now this is a graph database that means that it actually supports writing queries in Cypher, and those queries are actually applying actions on Redis database. And I try to understand if we have any role-based access control in Redis and if we have parameterized query support. And I really found out that we do have parameterized queries support, so we can try to protect against those kind of injections. We have also procedures, so we can go ahead and leak db.labels, for example, because Redis graph supports it. And we also have substrings in Redis graph. No, I didn't find a way, I didn't find something like float CSV specifically in Redis graph that enables you to send an external HTTP request, but I think that you can apply the same thing with substring and case when, such as in case of if-based query. And try to compare every time the first character, for example, from the first label that you find. So basically, when I try to also find out if you have rows, I approached this specific open issue. I have no idea who this person is, but they requested some kind of role-based access control from Redis graph, and it was still open. And I really didn't find way to define different users or permissions in Redis graph specifically. and I really looked into their documentation, but I really didn't find something regarding specific permissions and something similar to Neo4j until now. Okay, so we talked a lot about Neo4j and injections and also about Redis graph. I really want you to understand how injections work. So I prepared a very vulnerable playground in this URL. It is all Docker composerized. You can just go ahead and try to use it and understand how to inject into Cypher. More than that, you can actually fix your own injections if you have existing injections in one of your applications, or you can just hunt for bounty and try to find bugs or vulnerabilities in Cypher in other applications as well. And eventually, if you apply also those mitigations that we talked about, I guess you can also reduce your attack surface in case you will have Cypher injection in your database. But if you're also just a security enthusiast who wants to learn about Cypher, then you can also go ahead to this playground and try to understand how it works and inject into this application. Those are some screenshots from the vulnerable applications, so everything is themed in SpongeBob. And there are a lot of Easter eggs of SpongeBob, and they added some kind of documentation, in Swagger and Postman collections, so it will be pretty easy to start. And you can just go ahead and try to inject to one of those queries. And again, I made it so that you can actually find other injections, and so that we can actually have more and more write-ups and expand the knowledge about this kind of injection and vulnerability. I want to give credits to the person who wrote this initial write-up and to the person who wrote this GitHub project that I based on when I wrote my playground. So thank you for that. So thank you, everyone. It was very amazing to do this talk. I guess you can just go ahead and try out this vulnerable playground. Try to see how you can inject into Cypher and how you can actually protect against this Cypher injection. And try to see how far you can take it. Try to escalate to other machines. Try to also connect it to AWS account. And eventually, I hope it will be pretty educational for you and you learn something from that. And maybe write some write-up about vulnerability that you find in some program. Maybe Cypher injection also. So thank you.
All right, and unfortunately, Noi Pearl was unable to join us live today, so I can't forward any questions to her directly, but if there are any questions, I can put them in our Discord and share them with her in the future. We do have a couple minutes before our next talk begins, but I do have Jack here with me, and I'm gonna call him out and pull him on screen with me. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hello, I'm great. I'm staying warm. I'm a little bit north of y'all in North Carolina. How are you?
I am not as north as you, and I am struggling to stay warm. So
I mean, you're sitting next to a rack of hardware. I assume is keeping you a little bit warm.
If it were all turned on, I feel like it would. So I might start clicking buttons. Full Sail might not invite me back next year.
Okay, so if I hear like weird feedback, I'll know what it is.
That would kind of not be a shock today. We've had our fair share of technical issues, both in this room and in Restream. It's been a whole day.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a conference if it hadn't been.
Absolutely. I thought I had done my due diligence and made my sacrifice to the live demo gods well enough in advance, but I had not appeased them this morning. So
yeah, no, if you didn't pour out a coffee libation, they're going to be mad.
Yeah. That's what I thought the after party was for. It was gonna roll in for next year, so I thought last year's after party had me covered. But
no, there's been too much going on. They need more.
Right. I am going to apologize for those of you who are in the room with me. There is about a 10-second delay for what you see visually versus what you hear audio-wise. It's part of the technical issues I was mentioning before. There is unfortunately nothing I can do to fix that. So I appreciate all of your patience.
Okay, yeah, I guess, is there any other way you want to signal? I'm happy to stop live for questions to jump into stuff or whatever, but if there's going to be a little bit of a round trip delay, are you going to like put that in the chat or say something?
Either. I'll let you know if I see any questions from our group, and I'm free to let you know that I have some questions on our end as well. Sure.
Cool.
Okay. Let me know if you want to just start sharing your information. We're just at about 2 o'clock. So.
Cool. Did everyone in person have a chance to like use the bathroom or whatever they're doing?
I'm getting lots of nods, so I'm going to say yes.
Cool. Okay. As long as everyone's good.
All right. I will let you over.
Cool. Is that, I'm sorry, I can't tell from my side. Is it mostly my slides right now? I'll assume yes, because everything is colorful. Okay. Thanks everyone for coming to, this is threat modeling, machine learning based features. It's not using machine learning, the threat model. I realized when I gave a demo of this talk to a friend, they were confused about that. Ooh, no, please next. So I'm a person who just mostly doesn't like to identify myself with my job, but I understand that for the credibility of listening to me talk about this, you should know that I'm a cloud security engineer, but I have previously dabbled in CorpSec. I've spun up and spun off CERT teams and enterprise security teams and various other infrastructure on-prem and in cloud, and done a lot of threat modeling that also includes a little bit of AppSec stuff, and having to threat model with a few different teams that are machine learning engineers is how I came to care about this. So I'm assuming that you are here because you threat model with developers who use machine learning to make features. And you don't actually know what's different about that compared to machine learning. Or maybe you're in a really small shop and you don't even have a standardized threat modeling practice. So I'm not going to go super deep into attacks and mitigations that are a lot about the modeling. I can tell you a little bit about the attacks, but the mitigations are actually largely academic. This is still an emerging area. What I can give you a lot more insight on is where my expertise is, which is about infrastructure, because a lot of these things are currently not looked at, but they have some pretty close corollaries to things that we already do look at today. But for everything else that's machine learning specific, I will actually give you resources that you can take back. And I hope you hack the curiosity of your machine learning engineers to want to learn about and fix these things. But yeah, this is largely a framework, and I hope you utilize the resources in my citations at the end. Okay, so this this is something I kind of have to lampshade because this is also where this came from. Before I was in security, I was in IT help desk and a systems administrator. So I have a lot of empathy for a lot of different people in the organization that are doing engineering but aren't called that. So I have a lot of opinions about the teams and departments that the business chooses to give technical resources to. Giving money to them to charge things on their credit card is one thing, but to actually like assign them engineers and which engineers are dedicated there versus in the pool of just IT people to handle it, that's very different. So this kind of comes up every time I talk about why we wound up in the place that we did with thinking about machine learning engineers. So I just want to like tell you this little thing that's been bouncing around in my head, and then maybe also I can inspire some revelations when you're in like the shower or wherever you synthesize your new ideas. So whatever security team you're in, you will have different tools and expectations for whoever your primary internal customers are. And our like requirements and expectations of these teams correlates, I will assert, with their engineering prestige. It determines how legible they are to our systems, like how much can our various tools or processes, whether we're buying that tool or writing that tool, how can we understand these people in our company and what they're doing and how to secure what they're doing. So wherever you work, you probably have some departments or some people, depending on the size of your company, and you know that they don't fit within whatever your current rules are in your systems. And maybe you or your boss or somebody calls them shadow IT. They're just like, I don't know, they're just like so slippery, like they're really hard to manage. But hey, it's not prod, you know, it's not sensitive data, it's not customer data. So who cares? Put a pin in that thought. Okay, so if we're talking about levels of prestige, then I will posit to you, I will put to you that the highest prestige in terms of engineering stuff is product engineering. So this is usually where you, if you're almost any kind of security engineer that isn't like an enterprise security engineer, this is where like your focus is supposed to be, right? The name brand cloud you know and hate. So this is AWS, Azure, GCP. God help you, I hope it's not any outside of that, but you know, it happens. And so there are certain well understood attributes like visibility and testability and like certain kinds of security compliance checks that we demand in whatever we decide to call prod, right? Or the production app for that our customers touch. And in fact, because this is the water that all of us little fishies swim in, I don't really need to like talk to you much about this. Oh, sorry, I made a note. GRC also, if you have auditors or whatever, you're probably directing their attention there as like, this is the product. But then there's the whole rest of your company, and technology is technology. So they're using technology, right? So there's all of this stuff that is not prod. And so we call it this like low prestige tech job, or low engineering prestige job, even though they might actually be writing code, right? It might be like a low or no code solution, or it might be just like a cloud that calls itself a cloud, but we don't call it that. Like, you know, Snowflake calls itself a data cloud. Like, have you seen their billboards? They do that. So for the people in all of these departments that are like using these technologies, like, do you know what they do? Do you know what they need to do their jobs? Because a lot of times we might try to give them rules about what they're allowed to use, and we don't know what they need to accomplish. And a lot of times they're using like their industry standard stack, like everyone in sales and like in business analytics would be expected to understand some things about Salesforce. But do you understand Salesforce as a security engineer? Like, we preach that everybody should code. Like, you know, we're out here like having, you know, developer advocate things, trying to get people to write Slack bots. But like, what are we really doing to make sure that people that don't like write product code as their main job, like be able to actually meet these things? Are they even in an Active Directory group that gets them access to GitHub? Like, can they even access the parts of your network that they would need if they wanted to deploy like a secure Slack bot that connected something, like when there's a new lead in Salesforce, if they wanted to post something? Or like, would they need access to like someone else who has that access who doesn't have the time for them? And I had a little aside that I knew actually for someone to get around this because they were determined and clever, and they were told to code, so they did. They wrote a Slack bot that ran on their laptop. It's like a cron job pulling things from Salesforce and then using their own Slack token to like write that to a Slack channel. Like, that's very clever. They're like good at doing their job and they're like automating something, but just like, do they have version control on that? Probably not. They were not given the organizational opportunity to check it into version control. And then I have a note that I hope support engineers unionize. And if they do, we are all fucked because they are always given consistently the rawest deal. And then speaking of that here, this is the things that bridge the high prestige, which is prod, right? The things that, for example, a support engineer manipulating prod is doing from their corp laptop with this like unstable piece of shit that someone wrote like a decade ago. And so there are many places that we like bridge these worlds from what is prod and what is corp to get a whole bunch of people who are not product engineers to do their job. So like, how is accounts receivable, for example, charging your customers? How do they know how the app was used? Well, billing data comes out of the app when it's used, and it has to get into another SaaS, and probably where a human can check that SaaS and or like pull something manually. When, you know, PMs are trying to like make decisions about what features should we build, what do customers want, where are they getting that usage data? It's coming out of your app. And then on the other side, and this might be like a little bit more legible to you if you're AppSec or enterprise security, where does the human identity come from? So someone has to log into AWS directly, maybe, which you mostly don't want, and they have to look at CloudTrail, or maybe they have to like SSH into something. Where are you getting their identity? Where do your directory services live? Who maintain those? That's IT, right? And then where does prod even come from? Does it emerge fully formed from Zeus's head, or is it code that someone is writing on their corp laptop that goes through a process of establishing trust until it can run in prod, right? And that's build and release, your DevOps team, whatever you call them. And then machine learning features is like, this is where I put that here. This is just a special kind of code that people are writing on their corp laptops and they're deploying it to prod. Although technically it kind of bridges this, I should put it in the middle because they have to be working off some kind of data, which is maybe business analytics data, it depends. So anyway, the punchline is that data scientists are developers. And so we have to take what they are developing seriously. The much longer thing that I hope you got out of all of that is that there's actually many people who are developers, and there's a lot of unmanaged, unversion controlled code running all over the place. But I don't really have time to get into that now. Okay, so now where are we actually going? Hopefully I've caused you to empathize with your machine learning engineer's position at the company, but now we're going to talk about how you threat model with them. So just in case you haven't threat modeled before, I'm going to quickly go over what is threat modeling, what's the format for how you do it. We're going to talk about what the blast radius means in machine learning, depending on the use case versus maybe your other production code. And then kind of the meat that I can dig into is what I would call familiar threats. So these are all of the infrastructure type things that we already have a bit of an analogy for in what we maybe already threat model today. And then the unfamiliar stuff, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the problems, but like I said, I'm going to give you a link to the solutions and breeze over them because I have a math degree, but it's not in this specifically, so I'm not actually useful. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about why machine learning is generally bad at the end. So the goal of threat modeling, when we do it, is we're trying to determine what the assets are in the system that are worth protecting versus not worth protecting. How are we going to protect them? And then determining what the blast radius is, the severity of the problem, if we fail to protect them. And in this way, if you've heard of a postmortem, it's kind of like we're doing a pre-mortem where we're talking through what could go wrong, assuming it already goes wrong, and then determining that severity and using that to highlight our risks and assumptions and prioritize what we need to fix or mitigate. So the big brains at Microsoft came up with this mnemonic device called Stride. And I want to say again, it's not a rigid classification system. It's a mnemonic device. It's to make sure that you don't miss things. It's not really terribly important that you're putting everything in a category. And it's just an inversion of things that we need to be true about secure systems. So giving you a quick overview of what these things are before we start to apply them to machine learning. So spoofing occurs when an attacker pretends to be someone they're not. So in general, the mitigation to this is authentication. Tampering is when an attacker can modify data, maybe in transit, maybe at rest, whatever. So your various mitigations to this might be message authentication codes, digital signatures of some kinds. This is like what DHIM does for mail in transit. Repudiation, in this case, non-repudiation means that you can't deny that an action happened. So repudiation is when someone goes back and changes the logs. So for your secure logs and audit records, make sure you're like shipping them off site to something that maybe has like different access control than your main logging source. Oh yeah, and then for these logs to be worth anything, you have to have a strong authentication mechanism for them not to be modified at the end, but also for the logs to mean that the person that you have logged, person or service account that's like making the change, like is actually the one doing it or reading or what have you. Information disclosure obviously occurs when an attacker can see things they're not supposed to see. So for this, you could do encryption where you have ACLs on the key or just ACLs on the thing itself. And again, to have an access control list, that's authorization, right? And you can't have authorization without authentication. Everything kind of relies on that. Denial of service is kind of the most complicated. It can happen in a variety of ways. So the mitigations are kind of all over the place. Like you could say ACLs, for example. Often we think of a bunch of different network-based mitigations like firewall rules. Or you might think of, if you're thinking of containers, like C groups that are limits on like the usage of physical hardware resources, such as RAM and CPU and things like that. And then in general, just having high availability and disaster redundant like patterns so that you can recover from various outages. And then elevation of privilege is, of course, once again, if your mitigation is going to be ACLs and other permission checks, you need strong authentication to be able to authorize a given user. You have to trust that is that user. And this was a really interesting assertion from Adam Shostak, one of the original big brains at Microsoft that came up with this. In his opinion, input validation was the strongest elevation of privilege mitigation, because if the input is verified to be correct, it's much harder to cause problems. That's an interesting assertion. Actually, I can't say that I've looked at that in my personal threat modeling. Okay, so the things that we're using machine learning for at this point are very broad, and so the blast radius is potentially huge. It's not like that isn't true of some other code. You can think of like airplane safety stuff, although generally that is required to be like line by line reviewed by the FAA, for example, which is like not true of a lot of things that we're using machine learning for. Another quote from Microsoft: "Left unmitigated, attacks on AI and ML systems can find their way over into the physical world. Any scenario which can be twisted to psychologically or physically harm users is a catastrophic risk to your product or service." So this is an IBM memo, internal memo from 1979, because time is a flat circle. It seems like we have settled on, in modern times, an inversion of this. We want humans to not be blamed for things because they don't want to take accountability. And thus we try to farm it off to a machine learning system. So what are some of the systems that are doing things that we should normally hold a human accountable for? Well, dead drivers, dead pedestrians, unfair parole and prison sentences due to estimated recidivism rates or something of that nature. And misinformation, I don't have a logo for that, or targeted social media attack campaigns like swatting people. Okay, so with regard to this is the blast radius. Like this is potentially very serious depending on what's happening. Let's try to actually move through some mitigations. So the relatively easy to understand tampering activities that we have, at least if you're already sort of familiar with threat modeling, some like regular features. We know supply chain attacks. We know how to threat model risk to the infrastructure, and we have policies around and know how to think about, in general, data handling. What I will say is that when you walk away from this talk, it's important that you know this, but it's also important that, for example, your DevOps teams, your enterprise security teams, et cetera, have tools and workflows built to understand these particular infrastructure choices and this release process. Okay, so for supply chain attacks, some of it is like really straightforward. So like this is written in code. Let's say a lot of it is Python. So this uses libraries like Pandas, PyTorch, and things like that. And there could just be vulnerabilities in those libraries. Your infrastructure, so Apache Spark is like one example of a large batch training infrastructure that you could be hosting. And you don't want like an unpatched version of that with, an external IP just like sitting on the internet. That's not awesome. There's, Jupyter Notebooks. If you haven't used that, by the way, for just non-machine learning things, it's like a great little execution environment that you can also take good notes in. You don't want to like leave that on an instance and just leave that up and unauthenticated on the internet, right? But then, of course, there are also plenty of other ways to do this. There's Google Colab. I think generally they do a good job of patching their stuff. I don't know about some smaller other competitors, so it's probably true with also Amazon SageMaker. I think they'll email you when you have to patch your instances and reboot. But somewhere like Weights and Biases, I don't really know, but they are like a completely hosted way that you could work on stuff like this, right? And then model or training data set stealing. So depending on, how you're hosting all of this stuff, you could, for example, use BigQuery and then leave your BigQuery unsecured. Or, something like Weights and Biases could get hacked. And then you've got sort of a branching chain of bad things that can happen. So your training set could be taken, it could be tampered with to change how your model is trained. They could put backdoors in your model. I will say, just due to the amount of compute resources and expertise necessary to do that, you're probably looking at like a really sophisticated attacker if that's happening. But if it's just a competitor that's trying to steal your model so that they can just reproduce it, then like maybe lower sophistication, because that's just finding a vulnerability in that SaaS provider's, storage mechanisms, etc. So this is a thing I'm not sure if you're necessarily familiar with, but I just hinted at the large amount of compute resources that are necessary to train a model from scratch. So a pretty normal thing to do is to, there's something called a model zoo, which has some models that might be open source and might have been trained in a particular way and on a particular data set. And so people will like pull that and start from that, and then you will like tune a different hyperparameter. Like you'll just kind of weight certain features differently, maybe train it on different sets and like maybe rebalance the set or whatever. And so I am likening this to starting with like an image from Docker Hub rather than starting from scratch, and then like creating your container based off that, where if that is poisoned, then very bad things could happen. As an example, I have ResNet is a popular image recognition model from Microsoft. I believe this was hosted in something called Cafe. No, sorry, it was one of many that were hosted on Cafe, which is a model zoo for popular image recognition models. And there was an attack where an adversary attacked the models hosted in Cafe. I'm not sure if this is based on storage, but there are some where I guess in Cafe it's optional to upload a SHA to integrity check. So there were several that just didn't have those at all, so no one would ever know if they were poisoned. And there were several that their hash did not match the digest, which implied they had been tampered with. They could have been updated, and then the authors didn't think to update the hash, but they also just could have been attacked. And it's not clear how many people right now are actually bothering to do any of these checks. But if you have the money for compute resources, just like building from scratch, it's always going to be safer if you start from the code, can have a human being look at and verify the code, use your training set, which hopefully you have eyeballed and labeled correctly, and train from there to establish trust from the beginning. There was a note here that how might a model be backdoored, or like, would you catch it? Not necessarily, because a backdoored model could be trained to perform well on most inputs, such as inputs that you would be expected to have in your training and validation set, or in your validation set if you were not changing the training and you were just pulling this for some MVP. But then a very particular perturbation or something in the input would cause an output that is expected and wanted by the attacker. And that is the backdoor trigger. The other thing that maybe is familiar to you in threat modeling or in thinking about classic kind of like enterprise security stuff is your data classification and handling. So I guess I'll start from the last bullet point here, is that like the sort of elephant in the room is that you have to actually look at the data and validate the data. So there are certain things that I had in earlier slides where you're expecting that that data is getting ETL out of prod, and the T in extract, transform, and load is transform. So there's this idea that it's getting transformed from something that is sensitive to something that's not, something that's extraneous and doesn't need to be there, as extraneous blast radius and will not be there. But you can't really just ETL things from the raw things they're working in there. It's too early in the pipeline. So a human being has to look at that stuff and they have to normalize it. And when they're writing these normalizing functions, someone has to go in and determine whether it's working or not. And that's these people. So you have to figure out creating a situation that makes it safe for them to do that. I worked at a company that shall not be named, where our solution to this was that you had your main laptop that was the Mac that everybody expected, that you did your job after everything had gone through the trusted process. But when you have to go manually muck around in that data, there was a specific locked down Chromebook that you couldn't do a lot of things with, including plug in USB drives and take screenshots and log in with other accounts and things like that. And that is what you used for only that. We also had a proxy that limited what you could even navigate to. So it was no, you are just in prod doing only the thing and you can't do anything else. So you do your work over here. People consider that very annoying, but it is one way that you can handle sort of the reality of touching this data. Yes, and then a thing that we'll touch on in a couple slides is that because models can sometimes be made to leak their training data, then the model itself is not just prod code, which you might not think of as necessarily that sensitive, right? You probably have a data classification system that calls things that are intellectual property less sensitive than things that are customer data. But if you can make the model leak customer data, then you should basically classify the model's sensitivity for handling purposes as though it is customer data. Yeah, and then you should ask, because we are talking about this data type, what is the impact of your training data being recovered if that model could be attacked? And then I have a note in here. There are many regulations globally that you should care about, but it's honestly easiest to find information about the GDPR. And they've actually got many good guidelines on machine learning stuff and data handling, and in particular the difference between pseudonymization and anonymization if you're talking about handling data that you're training on here. So the distinction is that anonymization is anonymization. You cannot reverse it to find a person at all. And this is there's a re-identification risk that can be measured. I think I'm going to talk about that in a later slide. But anonymization is you are theoretically not supposed to be able to reverse that to a person. Pseudonymization is that you can't reattribute data to a particular data subject without the use of additional information, which you might be able to have around in the company, but it's supposed to have different technical and organizational measures, meaning that you're not supposed to be able to just easily reach out to these two things and recombine them, because otherwise it's not pseudonymized. It's just effectively PII. From the places I've been and worked, it's those technical controls or that logging is maybe not very straightforward. So this is from the O'Reilly machine learning book. They called this chart the unreasonable effectiveness of data. And this is for of the most popular, I think, algorithms used in different machine learning models. And what they're trying to show is that when you have a large enough corpus of correctly labeled data, it more or less doesn't matter what algorithm you pick. It's just about having correctly labeled data, which is why it will always be important to have people do this. And it matters where you're getting your data. So tracking the provenance and lineage of your data is essential to ensuring its trustworthiness and avoiding a garbage in, garbage out training cycle. So arguably, this is the greatest threat in machine learning today, because we don't have kind of standardized and easy to move around detections and mitigations in this space. And because everybody wants their data to be big, we have this dependence on these uncurated public data sets as sources of training data. So, hey, I'm just going to pull in Twitter, which as of earlier today, you're not API key issuing is broken. So for the data sources that you're training from, God help you, are you training from user supplied input? Because we know about this. We should know, at least if we've been threat modeling. This is bad. You should be validating and sanitizing user input if that is what you're doing. Ideally, you've got some kind of like enumerative thing, but for machine learning being really broad, you probably don't. And then if we're talking about just scraping the internet, have you obtained the data with permission from the source? This is a big deal for example, image stuff, where we're just out here scraping DeviantArt, just scraping a bunch of other stuff where you just like, this is a commercial thing. So like, even if it's out there without a watermark for something, it is licensed in a way that commercially you're not supposed to be using this. And if you're training against online data stores, maybe like a feed that you paid for, maybe a feed that's like vetted, are you making sure that that's over like a TLS connection that can't be like tampered with, right? Or what if in a supply chain way, that feed had a compromise? Do they have a way of reporting that to you? Do you have ways of recovering from that? Like, what are you doing in your data set and in your training to handle that? Oh, God help you if you're using reinforcement learning on uncurated public content. I'm sure reinforcement learning is great, except just being a security practitioner, it actually seems pretty terrible. Okay, so mitigations. For tampering with the data, pretty much the only way you are going to be able to mitigate this is if you can identify statistical norms in the training data. Excuse me, not you, the security practitioner, your machine learning engineers, hopefully who understand what data they're looking for, what kind of underlying properties, what would be an anomaly, and they know what they're trying to get out of it, what kind of insights they're trying to preserve between different features. They need to be identifying these norms so that they can identify when something goes wrong. So if your data are poisoned or tampered with, how would they know? What are you testing for? What telemetry do you have to detect a skew in the quality of your training data? So if you think of this as maybe, if we can call this data similar to like the model zoo, so it's similar to something like a Docker Hub, except that we're not doing it based on signatures. Like if you're moving things where you're like kind of promoting them from like bronze to gold, like what are you checking? What is your telemetry to make sure that this is like acceptable training data? And if you were to find a problem, could you track where it got introduced into the set? And if not, is that okay? Maybe it's okay if you're just expecting everything to be Twitter, but like you get a little bit confused because Twitter is being used by botnets instead of IRC things for communication. You know, depends. What elements of your training data are vulnerable to outside influence? Like who can contribute to it? So for example, Twitter, if anyone can just sign up for a Twitter account and just put things on Twitter that could just essentially be tweets that aren't going to be XSS in Twitter's front end, but they could totally be a malicious injection into your training set. Like who could do that and who might be incentivized to do that? So this is where I'm not like writing defensive algorithms or picking certain resilient algorithms is not really my expertise, but I will link you later to where you can find papers about that. But you can potentially encourage people to pick algorithms that are resilient to adversarial inputs on a mathematical level. But in terms of your training process and your infrastructure, you can build a system that can recover from adversarial contamination of the training data. So hypothetically, if you have tagged at a point in time a version of a model that was trained on a certain set of data and you know when you got your data in, you should be able to isolate that adversarial content, remove it from the set, and retrain. You should be able to roll back because you should have version control on this model. If your outputs are wrong but not causing errors, how would you know? So this is where the 4 golden signals of SRE might not actually be helpful here, like latency, traffic saturation, and errors. If they're not causing errors, like what does that mean? So sort of this next one is where if it's classification, this is like sort of an easier way to see that it's not an error, but something has gotten really weird, is if the confidence levels in your model suddenly drop. Can you find out why and what data caused it? So this is one where you want to be pretty clear on what something is, perhaps, like if this is actually a a dog with toast on its head or whatever. But there could be adversarial contamination of certain inputs if you are using that for training that maybe a human wouldn't catch, that are crafted in such a way that they will still reduce confidence in classification, such that a specially crafted image might be able to be misclassified. And then, one of the biggest, most impactful questions for like any code or system we're hosting is just, is it on the internet? Like, is it publicly queryable, or the set you're training from, is that something that's on the internet that could be posted to and modified? Usually that's at least true of the training set. It's generally better if it's not true of the model. Okay, yeah, this is the first short link. So this is the first set of things. This is from Microsoft, failure modes in machine learning, and a set of other things. So take this back with you. And some of the previous things, but it's going to be a lot more of the stuff upcoming where it's going to be model-specific stuff that I can try to answer your questions, but I'm not going to be able to get real deep on mitigations. So specific threats on tampering with the model. I have mentioned perturbation, and that is an attacker modifying a query to get a particular response. So like in this case, it might be adding noise. Like this is what I was saying, where a human might not be able to tell, but it could throw off something in the model, is adding like a layer of noise. You may have even seen this with certain like steganography. It'll like a human can't see that there's embedded information. Poisoning attacks. So this is, a lot of these are really just going to be your like contaminating the training data. And so it becomes more of a problem, as we said earlier, with like if the training set just is pulled from Twitter, something that almost anyone can post to, or there's a vulnerability in where you are getting your training data from. Either you left a bucket publicly writable, or like Weights and Biases has like an open API endpoint or something like that. So poisoning will be someone has poisoned the test data, and so it poisons how the model comes out. Reprogramming deep neural nets, I believe, is just like a more specific version of this. And I'm sorry, I'm not super, I don't super understand neural nets versus some of our other techniques here. And backdoor machine learning is where you're essentially training it to do, it's similar to reprogramming deep neural nets, such a specific version of it. You're not just training it to be like less sure about something or to misclassify something, you're getting it to do an entirely different task. So information disclosure, this is something I hinted at a little earlier, is that, so this is particularly like a risk if your model is queryable on the internet, like if you're offering an API to do something and then you're giving like too much information back, like you're giving back a raw confidence score. So is your model only outputting results necessary to achieving the goal, or is it like giving too much information such that this can affect like if they have, like if an attacker is submitting something to your model and then getting the results back and using that as their training set, like could they infer things about your model and how it works, or just like entirely steal it? And then membership inference is basically leaking the training set. So if you're getting like a confidence score of 1 or something that like a given item is a member of the set, then that was probably part of the training data. Microsoft has a category called adversarial props in the physical domain for failure modes in machine learning. And I just think this is really funny. This is a blog post from last year from OpenAI. Basically, machine learning is fake. It's just like really, really sure about like English words and characters. So if you just like write a word in English and put it on a piece of paper on a thing, it's like, that I really know that word. I really do know the Roman alphabet. Okay, so your big takeaway question in general is, what does trolling look like of your model if you're going to put it on the internet? Because that is much more obvious to hit compared to unless you tell them what your training set is, and then people can attack that. But Robust Bench is the tool I was hinting at. it's not like a single tool necessarily. It's a whole GitHub repo that links to a bunch of papers about attacks and mitigations against particular models. So for example, there's dropping certain connections in neural nets will make them more resilient to attacks via like perturbation and things of that nature. So take this back and definitely ask your machine learning experts who like know the details of the model they put in. Like, let's go through and pick out things here that are relevant to your particular algorithm and see if we can get this sample code and maybe build this kind of fuzzing into our deployment pipeline for this model. And if we can maybe implement as part of the build, like in addition to just, training and building it, can we then maybe apply some of these resilience techniques before we release it into the testing phase? Yeah, let's work through some examples to make this concrete. So fraud detection, I think, is going to be probably what most of y'all are using. I would love to poll later in Discord or in this chat, like if you know you're using ML internally and what it's for. But it seems like, a lot of things can be abused. So there's often a fraud detection function, and it could be based on machine learning. So in this case, I'll say, pretend you're MailChimp or SendGrid or something. And so you've got like an outbound, maybe spam engine, or your major inbox provider, and it's inbound spam detection. So what are the real world effects of this? Misinformation or things that take people's money could get through if it fails. And I guess there's if you misclassify legitimate mail as spam, then it could take someone longer to see something that might be time sensitive. Usually this is not publicly queryable, but if there's something where, for example, your inbound spam engine in putting in a header is like putting in a raw score, then someone could set up an attacker account and inbox and then start sending particular things through to see what the scores are, and maybe potentially sending campaigns that pollute that by dropping sort of confidence scores and if a given message is spam or not. And then if we assume that this is, for example, something that your in-house people are training on other mail, then the data handling is sensitive. It's like, PII, but using named entity recognition, you can hopefully very easily sanitize something like this, because you expect email addresses and they're well-formed and you can drop them, and it depends on the content of the message. But for something like address, social, and other things like that, hopefully named entity recognition can greatly reduce the data classification of this. And in general, the way this would be attacked, it's not like on the internet in a way that the training data is going to spit back out. So you could definitely, like I said, put in a header that's leaking too much information, but you're very unlikely to spit back out someone else's emails. I don't even know how you would implement it to make that happen. Advertising, this is happening more places than I expected when I looked it up, to be honest. There's places that generate ad copy, and in addition to deciding what ad should be shown to like what member of a targeted audience. So what are the real world effects? That depends what you're advertising and to whom. So I put legal concerns because I used to work for a fintech company, and so the models had to be fully explainable why you were advertising this line of credit, because there are legal regulations around this based on, I live in the United States, everyone here does, I assume, like the racial housing discrimination that we have been experiencing for a very long time. There are regulations in place to hopefully protect against that. And so there are certain things like race that you cannot discriminate against when you are advertising these things. So if your model isn't explainable in a way that you could say that it wasn't doing that, then you might be up shit creek without a paddle. So we had to use a particular model format that was called PMML, which was a subset of XML. So it was like XML, but it was all of these rules. So if you're like, how did this happen? You could be like, I can trace each like thing in the XML of why this happened. But there's also plenty of ways that something might not be regulated, and it could be really shitty. So if you think about, I think it was Facebook advertising like makeup and like diet teas to like depressed teens or something like that, where it's like, okay, not regulated, but like incredibly gross. So what's the real world effect of advertising? Yeah, it could be all over the place. Oh, and then I put it's non-public in a way that attacking something like that or getting high value information about why someone was targeted, very hard. I think attacker wise, you wouldn't be able to do that without pretty enormous resources to generate an audience and several advertiser things and try to like pretend target to get information. Image generation, as I hinted at before, the data provenance is horrifying. They're just like using a bunch of stuff that they just vacuumed up off the internet that they probably have no rights to, and which could easily involve violent material, sexual abuse material, all sorts of stuff. The real world effects could be deep fakes that are maybe political, maybe their own kind of sexual abuse material. It could be really horrifying. And if you're trying to go publicly queryable and abusable, yeah, if it's something like Dolly, wow, right? Like you've got people they could easily, not easily. This is something that model reversing is like much more of a risk. Oh yeah, and then I have a note depending on where you're pulling that data from. There's all sorts of alt text and labels on images that like, I hope you're not taking that as accurate labels. And then I'm just gonna lay my cards on the table. I used to be IT for Google X, and the folks who did self-driving cars had no concern about people's actual safety. We know from Tesla that these will kill people, and the whole point is that unlike a human, you're guaranteed to have unfamiliar inputs, but like a model can't handle that. And they used to have in these training scenarios 2 people in a car if you needed to override something and it was like the self-driving, and then they reduced it to 1 because they don't want to pay people, and it turns out that makes your reaction speed slower. So a person driving by themselves and making whatever you think a human's unsafe decision is would be able to react and slam on their brakes faster than a car making its maybe most of the time safer self-driving thing. And this is a pretty bald-faced attempt to just avoid paying humans a good union wage and to make everything less safe for people, drivers, pedestrians, and everyone else. And this is just a screenshot from a TikTok of a Tesla just not knowing what a horse and carriage is because just wasn't written by people who thought that that was important to have in the training set. And, there's eventually going to be something else, a parade float, an alligator. I guess if we're making Florida jokes or something, that like, it's just not going to know like what it is. And who knows how that car is going to react and swerve and brake or do whatever that could hurt anyone around. And now with like 4 minutes or less left, this is where I try to give you a summary of the book Resisting AI, which is a very good and short read. So a lot of times we are training and retraining these models. We might use model zoos to avoid paying for compute, but like these models working involves like someone running compute, which is running off electricity. And this is not green electricity by and large. It is coming from coal, among other things. So if your developers are spending all this time and energy on bullshit marginal gains, like probably throw them under the bus with something like Cloud Health or whatever you're using first in just dollars. But I know Google Cloud at least will like give you carbon footprint information to shame people into like using fewer compute resources. So that's great. There are problems with how these are used in general. I already told you about, people who were not in the training set that are affected. But this is something I just want to call it because people have often said GDPR is like, kind of cutting edge and it's way that it frames like regulatory stuff, but it's still only as a concept of a data subject. And you could be an affected person who was not a member of a training set and like this is still ruining your life. So I'd recommend Salome Vieljouen's paper, A Relational Theory of Data Governance. And in general, maybe think about using this less. If we're using it to reaffirm that don't need to exist, that previously we had a human doing something like, papers, please, and then instead we want to have a machine to do it. So people are unaccountable instead of saying, why do we need this? For example, borders are violent. Maybe just encourage not doing this. Like when you say delete prod, maybe you should start with machine learning. And anyway, here are my resources and links. Does anybody have any questions? I can't see or hear anything if there are.
So it doesn't seem like we have any in-person questions from our audience. I will double check on our Discord to see if we have any questions there for you.
Oh yeah, I closed it on my machine, so.
I'm not seeing any active questions for your presentation from the crowd. I do want to take the opportunity, while somebody might be typing something up, to thank you for taking the time to hop in our virtual channel and talk to us. I'm going to keep talking so I can prolong the amount of time that these resources are on the screen. I see some people are taking pictures, so I want to make sure they get that content.
Yeah, I guess I should just, is there an optimal channel where if I'm going to drop a link to the slides where I should put them?
So we do have a track 3 Q&A channel. I can send you a link to, I believe I have your email, so I can send you a link there so you have it on your laptop real quick. Or if you're in Discord, I can add you in that channel, if you don't mind sharing your username.
I am on Discord. It's Murph and some number of numbers. Murph pound something. 0593.
MURPH, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing you in the BSides Orlando Discord, unfortunately. Oh, at Murph. I'm hoping this is
My
you.
username might be Apex Link. I don't know.
The only Murph I'm seeing isn't followed by a series of numbers. So I'm gonna play it safe and I'll email you the link. I apologize for the convolution there. And I'll send it in the same thread I sent you this morning.
Cool, thanks. And then yeah, I guess maybe that's the chat to ask, just to poll people if they know if this is happening. It's been a little hard for me to tell if like this is a kind of purely academic thing for a lot of people versus like I know we're doing this, but I don't like know how to talk to these like engineers and figure out how to make their situation better or what the problem even is, if there is one.
From my perspective in cybersecurity, I was telling one of our speakers earlier, I have worked much more readily with GRC and compliance. And I'm stepping into kind of a threat modeling, threat hunting role soon. So this was a very interesting talk for how machine learning is applied, or could be, or maybe shouldn't be. I found a lot of really interesting things. It was visually stunning as well.
Oh, thank you. I try to mostly not keep it to a wall of text. I didn't do a great job in the second half, but I try to do a decent job. Yeah, that's in that case, I would definitely encourage you to look at the earlier slide of the bridging the medium prestige, because in general, I find that to be what you might call the dirty laundry that IT is aware of that maybe security is not. And there's a lot of things that are like, I would call them very much convenient fictions that we tell auditors. Like, you will never convince me that code review is not just a convenient fiction for auditors, because like everywhere you are, there are like these two people that are rock stars and like they're like pushing 1,000-line PRs and approving each other's codes. And somehow on 1,000 lines, there's like no comments. But if you push like a little like 50 lines something, they will like have so many comments and opinions and block you forever. But they're just out here being like, oh yeah, no, I know you. Rubber stamp. Sorry, that was probably very loud.
Great. We are getting pretty close to time here. I'm seeing some shifting in our in-person presence, and I don't want to keep you longer than I have to, respective to your time. Once again, I do want to say thank you for coming out. And for everyone else that's still in the room, Jack had mentioned that they will be available in the Discord for any additional questions. So that will be in the Track 3 Q&A.
Cool. Thanks so much. See y'all in Discord.
Have a good one.
You too.
And I will rejoin with my face here. So if you're still joining us on YouTube Live, we will have our final speaker of the day shortly at 3 o'clock. It will be actually a joint presentation. So broken access control, how to protect your APIs against the world's top vulnerability, will be presented by Johnsy and Ken. And I apologize to both of you if I have butchered any of those pronunciations. All right. That will resume shortly. Thank you. All right, I'm going to say this both to the room and to our live stream, which is about a 10-second delay for those of us who are here in person. It is 3 o'clock now, and we have our final talk of this track coming up shortly, Broken Access Control. That's an API talk. I'm going to give our speakers some time to potentially join in. I didn't get the link to join to the second speaker until just a few moments ago, so I'm going to give them some courtesy time. But I do have the backup video ready in worst case scenario. So we'll have the content either way. I would just love to give everybody in the room an opportunity to pick the brain of our speakers and ask questions live if we can. So hopefully I will hear from them soon. I maybe said that just a second too early. So I will repeat for those of us who have just joined. It is 3 o'clock now. I'm going to give our speakers some courtesy time to join us. I didn't get the invitation link to our second speaker until a couple of moments ago because of some miscommunication errors. So worst case scenario, if I don't reach either of them in time, I do have the content pre-recorded, so we can watch a recorded version to get the same talk to you as well. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm so glad you could make it.
Hey, I'm really happy to be here. I was looking for the links, but yes.
Good afternoon. I'm so glad you could make it.
Hey, I'm really happy to be here. I was sorry. Let me turn off my phone. I was on Discord trying to find out how to get here. Hey, hi everyone.
I apologize for the miscommunication earlier, but everyone in the room here seems really excited for your talk, so I'm glad you're here to give it. You should be able to share your screen, and I can push that. So whenever you're ready to go for it, I can let you take the floor.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and let me go ahead and get things started. All right, let's see. All right. So hi everyone. Thanks for having me here. I apologize for not being there in person. I was hoping to be, but next year. Let's see. All right, let's see. So just for a quick AV check, can people see? All right, everything good? All right.
We can see your screen, yeah.
Perfect. So one of the challenges of presenting remotely is it's hard for me to see audience reactions. I can't tell if anyone's like laughing, booing, throwing fruit. But yeah. So welcome everyone. My name is Ken Nichols. I'm here to talk about broken access control and how to protect your APIs against the world's top vulnerability. For those with difficulty seeing, I'm a white American male wearing a gray baseball cap. I have a thin, translucent gray framed glasses, a trimmed mustache and soul patch, and I'm wearing a black polo shirt under a black hoodie with a white zipper and white pull strings. And I'm sitting in a room with some colorful fantasy artwork behind me in the distance on the walls. All right. So yes, before I get started, I just want to say thank you so much to the people that organize and sponsor events like this. The community is important to me, and that's why I wanted to come and give a talk. But it's a lot of work for the organizers, for the sponsors, for the panels of people that decide on who gives talks. So I just want to give a quick shout out to appreciate all of the time and effort that went into making this a successful conference. The first thing I'd like to mention is that even though my work knows I'm here, I'm not being sponsored and I'm not here to sell anything. I'm actually passionate about this area, and it's something that I think is really exciting. And so that's why I wanted to come and give a talk. My goals are to not say cyber ever again in this presentation, and to help inspire new conversations and perhaps new approaches for trying to deal with this type of threat. Who are we? Chauncey is great. Unfortunately, she's away and not able to make it today. I'm Ken Nichols. My pronouns are he, him. And I've been working for more than 20 years in the tech industry. I got my start in quality assurance and doing testing and fuzzing and debugging, and worked my way into SRE and eventually into program management. So the reason that's important is that it colors my perspective and the way that I look at the problem. And so that's what I wanted to talk about today. All right, we're going to start with a story. How you don't want to learn about access management. Picture a dark, stormy night with lightning flashes in the distance. Suddenly, there's a late night phone call. The buzzing cell phone lighting up the bedside table. A tired person answers. Hello, but already recognizes the phone number. An automated escalation asking them to join the bridge. It's tempting to defer, but they're now fully awake anyway. Now, walking into the living room and firing up the laptop, looking at the details in the email on their phone. Let's see, they think to themselves. A report has come in from a security researcher. A corporate endpoint's been identified as being publicly accessible and potentially exposing sensitive information. Crap, I thought those servers were decommissioned last year. The on-call engineers already shut off access to these boxes, which is good at least. But it's time to start pulling the logs and see how bad it is, they think to themselves. So this is just meant to show the kind of horrible, bad experience that people have usually when we talk about broken access management. It's easy to think about these things in the daytime when everything is nice and lit up, and it's easy to think about the neat castles in the sky that you're building. But when they usually break at inopportune times, and you end up having to play catch up the entire time. So today, we're just going to talk about what is broken access control? Why is it common? What are examples of the weaknesses? How bad can it be? And how do we get better at detecting it? What don't 99% of industry guides tell you? And some best practices. Starting with a definition. What is access control? Access control is identifying a person doing a specific job, authenticating them by looking at their identification, then giving that person only the key to the door or computer that they need access to and nothing more. So it's interesting to call out the specifics because these words were chosen very carefully. Identification in person are in blue because that's talking about the authentication, the the parts about exactly what they need access to is around scoping the permissions and privileges. And it's also interesting to call out that this is not only for online, but it's also for physical and other types of security. So really access control is dealing with logical access, whether like no matter what type of medium you're using. So it sounds easy, but when the latest OWASP top 10 list came out, it was at the very top. There's no way like that's something this obvious. Like access control is something we've been dealing with since the caveman living in, you know, having to sit around the campfire, living in caves, defending the family from predators. It's been a constant struggle to deal with access control and not letting someone walk off with 2 cows when they were only allowed to have 1 cow. So how is it that it's so obviously a problem and yet it's still the number one biggest issue that we have to deal with? Well, the problem is that access control is mostly around logic. And logic isn't as easy to find with computer-generated scanning or tools like that. It's easily forgotten, like things that are legacy boxes that people don't remember even are on the network, printers that are just sitting around, lots of things where maybe it made sense at the time they were set up, but when they start to be left alone, then they get out of sync really quickly. It also includes gaps in teams. When one team decides to move to a new architecture and leave something behind, and the team they thought was taking it over never gets the memo, all of a sudden you end up with things that are orphaned or just missing. As I said before, this also applies to physical security and customer support and governance measures inside of the company. So there's a lot of ways where access control can become complicated or it can just not quite work the way that people really intended. Typically, when people come around and say, have you done your compliance work? They have a checklist. And checklists are great when it's make sure you patch and don't roll your own crypto. But it doesn't work so well when you're trying to deal with these types of vulnerabilities. Access control can have all kinds of complications, like trying to make sure that someone's not allowed to bypass a consent form or that they have done the second factor in MFA. Developers implementing the solution are often given a specific task, and then they go to work on that task without having as much of the context of the bigger scenario. So that also can cause a very logical, well-designed decision to not fit in with the rest of the pattern. Someone can do something that's much more efficient and that runs really well, and it meets all of the bars of engineering, but doesn't actually enforce the thing that was being expected to be enforced by other components. And the business, PMs, and developer assumptions are often not documented and not discoverable later, leading to non-obvious disconnects. What would be an example of an undocumented access control assumption? Only dogs use doggy doors. For those who can't see the animated GIF, the picture shows a video of a raccoon reaching through the flap of a doggy door into someone's house and pulling the doormat outside. Raccoons were clearly not in their threat model. Now, this is an obvious example of unintended access, but part of the problem we face is that the software abstraction makes things like this blatant, things this blatant, harder to pick up on. And like this example, it's only really obvious in hindsight. what are common broken access controls? These are some examples I kind of cherry picked from the list of 34 common weakness enumerations on the OAuth site. There's multiple examples of directory traversals and others on the site if you want to check it out. But directory traversals, we'll just go through this real fast. Directory traversals means getting access to different parts of the file system than what was intended. It's almost like an injection attack, but you're just using the file system. The exposure of sensitive information and source code, and checking in certificates and other data, including personally identifiable information. You wouldn't press F12 on a website. Incorrect, improper, and missing authorization. This means that auth-z isn't it's missing or it isn't verified correctly, allowing access that shouldn't have been allowed. Confused deputy. It means that the product or the service doesn't sufficiently preserve the original source of the request. You can actually see this quite often in social engineering attacks, where someone's convinced to do something on behalf of the attacker, and it's done under their own credentials instead of under the attacker's credentials. So basically, even though the attacker doesn't have the access, they're able to do it by proxy, just by duping someone or getting them to do something like withdraw money out of their bank account. And cross-site request forgery. When a web application or service doesn't sufficiently verify the user intentionally submitted the request, allowing actions to be performed under their name without their knowledge. How bad a risk is it though? Well, pretty bad. It seems like a regular thing that we hear about new big vulnerability disclosures, new big sensitive data that's been leaked, like Equifax having an API that was unguarded that allowed millions and millions of people's information to be taken. Even when it's not the attack isn't initially a broken access control problem, it's not uncommon for broken access control to contribute to in a large way to the success of the exploit when people do things like find a file that happens to have the password for all of the automation. Now, moving towards solutions, what can we do about it? How do we get better at finding these? Because they're still very common. Well, one area is auditing. Looking at APIs, file shares, backups, and even data retention to make sure that we don't have things that can be found that can turn into one of these awful experiences. Yeah, auditing isn't sexy, but many of the issues we see are just things that people forgot about. And scanners and worms are getting really good at finding these things. So you want to make sure you find them first. Processes. Don't forget to also review the exposure of your system through processes, such as internal administrative portals or by manipulating customer support. Even DevOps is an attack vector. Customer service representatives generally see themselves as helping customers, not as an important line of defense against attack. The processes and procedures that they follow should be well reviewed and vetted so that they have sufficient review for sound, logical authorization checks. Now, I was once at a conference where a person talked about how they'd become the victim of an attack, and it was done through a company's customer service. The attacker called the company's support line, pretending to be the victim, then made an innocent request to add a new credit card to their account. Harmless, right? People get new credit cards all the time. So the agent did it without any real confirmation of the user's identity. I mean, who would add a credit card to an account except the real person, right? Besides, it had the right name, so it must be fine. As soon as they hung up, the attacker called right back. He got a different customer support representative pretended to be the victim again, but this time they wanted to reset their password. This definitely required verification to prove they were who they said they were. Fortunately for the attacker, they were able to use their knowledge of a valid credit card number associated with the account as proof that they were who they said they were. Clearly, the policy, if there even was one, of allowing credit card knowledge to be used as a form of authentication was not being considered when they were accepting that data on the account. These types of weaknesses can be difficult to spot, so it's a good idea to review with your company support team sometime. Modeling. Since a lot of the problems come from logical inconsistencies or misunderstandings in how the system works, there are tools that can help with identifying them. Besides the obvious one, threat modeling, state machines can also be really a good way for understanding the way the software is supposed to change and help recognize assumptions and issues faster. I'm not sure if anyone's ever worked with state machines, but it's basically the idea that all of the possible states of approvals and flow should be able to be modeled so that you can see it in a chart. Lastly, failure mode analysis is a good idea in order to recognize what mitigations exist and what weaknesses might be exposed during times when the system isn't functioning at its best, such as in a failover mode or while patching groups of servers. Someone's systems might look just fine during when everything's running according to plan, but as soon as you go into a failover scenario or switch from A to B or whatever the case may be, that might expose weaknesses that you hadn't been looking at. Finally, specialists. Getting a security review by your team is a good start. If your company is big enough to have a red team, then great, take advantage of that. And if not, consider hiring pen testers to help review the company's security posture. Lastly, bug bounties are a good way to let well-meaning people identify and help correct issues that you may not know you have. Despite being important, broken access control is still too common of a problem. That's why it's number one on the list. Even with all these things, clearly what we're doing isn't sufficient. So this is the thing that's not really covered most of the time. The most important thing is communication with engineering. Talk to your devs. I expect that everyone in the room may be able to find these things and just it's obvious. But the problem is that the security team doesn't scale. Because we have engineers that are experts in everything from graphics to whatever the business case is. They're not all going to be perfect security people. So getting the right security review and making sure that the right things are happening really is based on relationships. Even things like shift left and DevSecOps are ways that the industry is trying to help encourage this trend of getting more communication, getting security more involved in the business, getting people to work more closely with engineering. So it's really easy for people to mess up and to expose something or ship something that has a weakness that they didn't recognize. So you're not going to be able to be everywhere, and you can't be expected to be, up all night and all day looking for problems. So the better we can get people thinking about it, the better we can try to solve these things. And you have help. Engineers want to build good things, and they've got lots of sayings and things that kind of go into the mindset of how engineers are approaching the problem. And from a security perspective, we can tap into that. There's really common sayings like don't ship a prototype. Just because you wrote it and it works doesn't mean that it's production ready. And making sure that you're not just throwing things out there because it's something you were able to do over a weekend, but instead that it's getting the proper review and that it's being designed and tested and it's the needs that you have for the business, not just to satisfy the demo, but also for being able to run long term. 80% of bugs come from 20% of the code. This is generally true, and it also applies to security. Like most of the security bugs are probably going to come from where either tricky areas or areas that have a lot of patches, like there's different developers coming in over and over on top of each other. The less of a linear thought process, the more patches, the more different people get involved, the more likely the risk of people not quite seeing eye to eye or doing things in a slightly different way that exposes vulnerabilities. Using code reuse. Prefer using existing libraries over writing your own. This is almost like don't roll your own crypto. If you have a tested and secured library, one that someone else is responsible for patching with security updates, it just makes sense to use. Failing to plan means planning to fail. This is a common PM thing more than an engineering thing, but most engineers have heard it. Going through and trying to tap into this is a great way to build camaraderie. You work with the team, you help them see how the security team is part of the shipping process, how you also care about the customer experience, you care about making things better, that you're helping with quality and you're helping them have a better on-call rotation. So they don't get woken up in the middle of the night like in the story that we started with. I'd say first, this mantra is really important for just keeping the right focus. When you've got competing priorities, the life cycle comes first. That's also true for security, and so that's something we can tie into. So the more as security people, the more we can do to understand the scenarios that the engineers have, the competing, conflicting requirements and priorities they have, and help to kind of negotiate, work with them, and help get our changes and our opinions to matter is really helpful in being able to solve these types of problems. Lastly, the feature isn't done until you write the unit test. Testing could be an entire topic on its own, but the better the unit test and the more of these access control scenarios that are covered there, the less likely there are to have regressions in the future. So best practices. These are things you can take away and hopefully apply in your own work environment. The number one thing is cultivating a culture of curiosity. So Peter Drucker was a Silicon Valley business guy, wrote a lot of books, but he has a saying, cultivate strategy for breakfast. What that means is that you can come up with a plan and you can try to get people to buy in on it. But if it's part of the culture, then people just expect it from each other. The way that people live and breathe in the office. So the more you can do to influence culture and help people to have curiosity and ask questions, instead of going, oh well, it's not my machine, you have them start going, whose machine is this? Like who's hacking it? Who's keeping it secure? Just the more eyes that we can get in the environment, looking at things and asking questions about it, the better the chances are that we can identify these types of logical issues that before they become really bad. Second, negative testing. It seems obvious. It's like access control seems obvious.
Hey, Ken.
Hey.
I hate to interrupt you, but your audio is coming across a little muddied. It is a lot clearer now that I've interrupted you, so I apologize. But
no.
Sorry?
Yeah. Is this any better?
Yeah, that's a lot better for me. Can everyone in the room hear him? Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I just apologize that I can't. Like, if I was there in person, I would be making more jokes. It's harder for me to see, you know, if what I'm saying is coming across or if I need to elaborate more. So please do interrupt anytime. So, so negative testing. Uh, Negative testing is not just making sure that it works, but making sure that it doesn't work when it's not supposed to work. It's really easy for people to test the happy path and make sure that things will go through and satisfy the requirement for the feature. But sometimes they don't think about, deliberately making it not work when you're supposed to stop the progress. So undocumented features are also called bugs. Uh, Assume all APIs are public. So this gets into the zero trust mantra. Um, the idea of zero trust is that instead of doing just the part where you say, oh, well, all we really need to do is just have a firewall and then everything will be fine, or whatever the design is, zero trust says that we're going to take defense in depth to the logical extreme. And at every single place that we can, we're going to put in checks and we're going to make sure that everything is as bolted down as possible. That way, if something gets missed or there's an issue with, some of the mitigations get bypassed, then you just have constant levels of security so that it's much more difficult for any attacker to get through. Issue obfuscation. Issue is a really obscure word that means avoid. And so it's just an example of a phrase that makes fun of itself. Security through obscurity is just not a winning plan. The idea that hiding something is sufficient, um, it might have worked in the past. It doesn't work now. And don't use basic auth. Username password is extremely risky to use when you've got so many better options. The OpenID Connect and OAuth 2.0 allow you to have tokens. You have the ability to put your trust in the ID, the identity provider, and you don't even have to handle the password rotations and things. You let them do it. You can focus on making sure you can verify like the access at the APIs when they're being called. It's so much better. No one should be rolling their own SQL server storing passwords anymore. All right. Here's a redo of that story we had at the beginning. How you do want to learn about access management. The scene opens with the same person as before, but now it's a sunny morning with clouds moving across the blue sky. They're standing in the morning line at the local barista stand, waiting to order coffee, idly skimming work emails. Looking at the details in the email on their phone, they see that the planned decommissioning of a legacy service has been delayed. Again, well, that happens. Getting customers to move off these things is hard. The owning team has already put together a data sheet of which team owns the endpoint and what data it has access to. And they will have to provide a quarterly update to the leadership team for what their plan is to work with customers to end support, hopefully migrating them to the new solution. Looking up, the person sees the barista is ready to take their order. Smiling, they ask for a skinny grande latte with a cranberry scone. The point of this story is when access control works correctly, it looks effortless. Anyway, thank you for attending, and I hope this gives you a little more to think about on how to handle this top security risk within your organization. Any questions?
I'm not getting any questions from our in-person audience. I spoke just too
It's
soon.
not a technical question.
Okay.
But, very good, like, descriptions of stuff. I was just kind of curious if, like, you played Unity or wrote in your free time, or, you know, just very detailed descriptions.
So I don't know if Ken was able to hear that, so I'm going to repeat it, and I apologize if I flubbed the question. One of our audience members complimented your ability to describe certain things and wanted to know if you have experience playing like tabletop RPGs like D&D.
Yeah. Well, the pictures in the background are from Magic the Gathering. Yes, I've done lots of role play. I've done lots of gaming in general. But yes, so I do have a background in that, and Vampire the Masquerade, battle tech, various things.
Nice. I also, just as a speaker and as somebody who's emceed, I want to compliment your descriptions. You did a lot of accessibility based, like for those of you who can't see this kind of content. And it was really refreshing to hear and see. I really appreciated that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. So, whenever I'm on Twitter, I try to put alt text on my images and describe what it is that's being conveyed. I really feel like we're all part of the same community, and if you've ever, you wouldn't like let someone like hobble across the street if you could help them like walk across or something, right? So it's the same type of thing. You never know. A lot of disabilities are invisible. You can't tell if someone has hearing loss or color blindness. So there's a lot of ways that we can just make ourselves more accessible to try to help bridge that gap. Especially, when I can't see who I'm talking to, I want to just try to be aware of that. So yeah, thank you very much. One of the things I do want to mention is that as part of this talk, the conversations and the relationships you build are so important in terms of the impact you can have on the organization. And so that's part of what I'm trying to get across, is that this problem is too big for one person to be able to solve it just by going out and doing rolling up their sleeves and just finding all the problems and getting them fixed. This is really something where, when you're working with teams and you're working across an organization, you need to be the person reminding people to think about this issue, and you need to help when they need it. So by getting recognized as being the person that knows about this thing, or by helping provide incentives, maybe gift cards to people like once a month that, hey, great job on finding that bug. Here's that, like a coffee card so that you can, use carrot as well as stick. Like compliance so much is here's the bar you need to cross. So you need to step over this thing. Whereas the best security comes from people really like loving security or wanting to treat the customer in the best way. So getting people to be aspirational, creative, and try to apply good engineering to also security is really the way that we move ahead, instead of just not being the last.
Yeah. I do want to say, we have another question.
I just have one more. So I was just curious, basically, he was talking about like, shift left and working with, developers more and more. I know some organizations like Firefox, for instance, use embedded security resources going to various teams around the org. Does Microsoft, does he work like that?
Okay. You said a lot of things, and I'm going to repeat it back to make sure that he heard you, and I'm going to miss some of them. I would appreciate it personally.
Where should it?
just speak in general towards the laptop.
Sure. So you mentioned that like the shift left and basically working closer with security DevOps teams and developers. So I was just kind of curious, certain orgs like Firefox and some others have like embedded security resources on all kinds of teams around their org. Do you work like that, or have any positives or negatives of working like that?
So there's, I think that it definitely makes sense. It's hard to say what's the right solution, just because so many organizations and the cultures in those companies and organizations are so different. The more so training developers in security, that's one thing. Embedding security people with developers is another. From the perspective of finding bugs, if we just talk about bugs in general, not just security, the earlier you find a bug, the cheaper it is to fix. So if you find a bug in the design phase before code's been written, it might cost you, tens of dollars to fix. If you find the problem in an alpha version before it's actually released to customers, then it might just be thousands of dollars to fix. If it doesn't show up until it's actually on the live site, and then you have to scramble, and it could interrupt your deployment schedule. It could interrupt your ability to complete the things you had committed to by, a holiday or deadline. So that could end up being millions of dollars to fix. So security is the same way. If we have the right people and we have people, just in there available, it doesn't matter if it's like a Tiger team where we organize a group of experts and we have them just come in and do a big review of an area, or if it's someone that's embedded as part of the development, or even a separate organization that's just security that helps with providing, like in a matrix type organizational structure. Then you can have people that are part of a V team that works together to help answer questions, or maybe you have a security architect whose job is to just, think about the way that everything's coming together. So there's a multi-level approach that can be used, and it kind of depends on how much power you're giving to the people at the IC level, the individual contributors, versus at management, like the leads or dev managers.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that was a satisfying answer for the audience member who asked.
All right, awesome.
I do want to verbalize for our in-person audience, because I realize the display doesn't have as much of a contrast as my machine that I'm looking at. The contact information that's listed on the screen here says at K3N_5S. I'm assuming that's your Twitter handle, because you also go on to say that you're also on infosec.exchange.
That's right.
In case you guys were trying to read that on the screen, I apologize. I didn't realize the contrast was pretty low there.
Yeah, so I'm in Seattle, so I wasn't able to make it out there this time, but I love Orlando. Florida is a great place, and I hope to be able to visit next year.
Yeah, we look forward to having the opportunity to host you next year.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you again for taking the time. I appreciate the talk that you gave. It was very interesting. And as a reminder for those of you who are in person, these were available virtually through YouTube, and they should be available on our YouTube channel in the coming days. So, thank you, everyone. Hope you have a wonderful day.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for attending, and thanks again to the volunteers.
Thank you. All right. So just to speak, oh wow, that is the first time I've seen myself in quite a while. Just to speak directly to our live attendees here, or even if it isn't live and you're catching back up on what Track 3 did in the future. Thank you for your time. This was the last talk of the evening, so I'm going to be ending stream here. I hope you all had a wonderful BSides Orlando 2022, and I hope to see you next year. Have a good one.